All right, we are back, guys. We're back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Oh, I'm catching your cold to the screen, guys. Wear a mask in this live, and stay 6 feet away from your phone.
Let's tap the screen. Don't you guys love when you tap the screen how it's different shapes now? Maybe it's my ADHD, but I just love it. Like the best thing now about tapping the screen is all the fun shapes.
Love
I'm
that.
such a
Oh
loser.
my god, I also have some cool things to show you. Felice, I'll text it to you real quick. I incorporated a business yesterday for this. Finally, it's actually way too late. Uh, but I it's fucking expensive as fuck,
And you
by the
made
way.
an LLC for what you do online.
Yeah,
Finally, you're done being a sole proprietorship.
yeah.
Sweet.
Congratulations.
But my brand name is badass as fuck. I don't want to share it yet, just so that people don't try to steal it. Uh, Officially, Grand, what's up? Are you a Trump supporter?
What's up? I would have voted RFK, but you know,
Still,
he got off the ballot, and yeah, I voted Trump.
dog. RFK is a disaster now. Do you still stand behind that?
Yep. I feel
I've
like he
got
would have
to.
tried to take
What
on.
the hell?
No, you guys, I have the best
I
RFK
feel
thing.
like he would have tried to take on JFK.
You guys, I'm going
Go
to
on. Yeah,
crush
go
your
on.
RFK spirits. No, this is really interesting. Okay, so if I was going to join a cult, it would be the cult of Robert Reich, who, if you don't know who he is,
Love him.
He's a professor. Yeah, he's a genius. He's a Berkeley professor. He was like the labor secretary for Bill Clinton. But he posted this video a couple of days ago, and then because I always tell people this, like RFK Jr. was not always like this, right? Like he was a very I'm not saying I don't think he was ever a good person. And the reason I say that is because of the letter his God, I always get it wrong. It's his sister, right? Carolyn Kennedy is his sister. And when he was going to be confirmed in the Congress, she, wrote like a 6-page letter to Congress, basically of why he should not be confirmed. And then she like read it aloud. Is it his cousin? Whatever. You know what I'm saying with the Kennedy. Is his cousin or
Yeah.
his sister? She's his cousin. Yeah, Carrie Kennedy's his sister. Thank you. Sorry, I get it confused a little bit. Yeah, Carrie Kennedy is his sister and Carolyn's his cousin. Thank you. First cousin. Okay, there we go. Sorry, the Kennedy tree. It's
What a
involved.
shit family member.
No, wait, I'm not like, wait, let me finish. No, that's not, just don't be so
Go on,
crazy
man.
about
Yeah,
it
go
yet.
on.
But anyways, like and then she read the letter aloud, which I played on my live. I don't know if I think originally on like X or Instagram or something. And her son, Jack Schlossberg, who's a super hottie, if you're not following Jack Schloss, W Jack, kind of was like, oh, I'm proud of my mom for doing this and speaking up. And basically in that letter, she talks about how RFK Jr. has been sadistic and all sorts of things since they were children, and like he shouldn't be in charge of anything. So I'm not defending him. I just want to show you the rhetoric he used to spew. So like this, you think RFK Jr. makes sense now. I just want to, because Robert Reich posted this video, and this is a video of, I would probably say, when RFK used to like kind of head up a environmental law firm out of New York, and he kind of used to tour and speak. And this is a speech he gave at UC Berkeley. I'm gonna say like probably, I would say like he's very young, so I would say probably early 80s maybe, because and you can hear it in his voice, like because it's before, I think it's like some sort of whatever's going on with his, I can't
Before the
remember.
brainworm.
No, just don't say it. You said it, not me, but you know what I'm saying. So anyways, listen to how RFK Jr.'s brain used to work correctly.
What happens when corporations take control of government, the first thing and the only thing they do is plunder. That is their whole objective. And, we saw this during the fascist years in Europe. And when those leaders and Franco took power, the first thing they did is put industrialists in charge of the ministries. Hitler was a right-wing, Christian fundamentalist fascist who was absolutely, and his group was absolutely off the political radar screen. People considered them nuts and completely incapable of ever taking power. But they made these unholy alliances with industry money that started pouring money into their movements and gave them a political foothold. And when that took purchase and they got political power, they paid back industry by putting the industrialists in charge of all of the ministries. And what did they do? They enriched themselves by mounting small wars, taking no-bid contracts, and privatizing the commons. And this particular government is the government that we have here in this country today, is a government of plunder. This is a government that represents itself as a government of values. But all of the values that they claim to embrace are just hollow facades that conceal the one value that they're really consider worth fighting for, which is corporate profit taking. They say that they're conservatives, but they have torn the conserve out of conservatism. They say that they like the free market, but they despise free markets. What they really fight for is corporate welfare, capitalism for the poor, but socialism for the rich. They say that they like property rights, but it's only when it's the right of a polluter to use his property to destroy his neighbor's property and to destroy the public property. They say that they like law and order, but that the first ones to let the corporate lawbreakers off the hook. They say that they like local control and states' rights, but they only like those things when it means sweeping away the barriers or the obstacles to corporate profit.
So basically, it's like, were you lying then or are you lying now, RFK Jr.? Like, that's the only thing I think is so you can correctly identify the rise of fascism. Like you said, I think you said you agree with him. I agree with him too, but I'm just questioning, like, if that's true, who the hell are you now?
Yeah, I would also argue.
He's bought and paid for by who.
I agree. Maybe I'm going to follow you. Actually, I agree with everything you've said so far.
I would argue that
you're probably not going to event in like a few minutes.
Don't worry, it's fine. We can disagree. I'm fine disagreeing with people and still following them.
I would argue that RFK's the things he talks about are so problematic they cause far more harm than anything that he says he might do, like tackle big pharma or the FDA or take harmful substances. That if he did all of those things, it still wouldn't outweigh the harm he's causing by spewing misinformation.
And he's profiting. Like, that's one thing. If you listen to his confirmation hearing, like for me, just as like what he was just railing against, which is corporations and rich people profiting off like the middle and lower classes of America. That's the one thing he wouldn't agree to do, was stop profiting off like pharmaceutical lawsuits and different things that he can directly influence from the position he's being conferred to. So that's just my point, is like, I think that, he's either lying back then or he's a giant hypocrite who's like, I'm profiting off this bullshit now. Like, okay, if you believe that then you're your worst nightmare now. And the person you said disgusted you before, that's now who you are.
Yeah. He lived long enough to see himself become the villain.
Amen. Preach.
And,
I concur. We can start disagreeing, but I do agree with that. I mean, but you started, I just want to remind you, you started this live saying you were going to vote for him. Don't you think it's about like consistency? Like, that's what's concerning to me, is like, it seems like RFK Jr. doesn't know who he is.
What I think about him, is that he would have tried to take up his, John F. Kennedy's positions on things. I think he would have tried to help distance us from Israel because they're going to bring us into fucking World War III. I'm glad that Trump is...
I agree with that too.
Yeah. Trump...
Can I ask, can we talk about the Middle East? Do you want to talk about that? Are you interested? Because I have some thoughts about it. It's interesting. This is just, I just want your opinion on... I do think it's interesting, and I do think it's due to bribes. Like, Trump's on his tribute tour of the Middle East, collecting like planes and $2 billion like meme coin contributions here, whatever. And I could get into like how that's all illegal, and emoluments clause, you can't accept gifts over like 400, or is it 300 something? It's either 300 or 400 something, $400, but that's neither here nor there. My point is that I also find interesting is how Trump's not stopping to see Israel.
Yeah, I'm very glad he's not, because they're fucking
Out of
they're,
control.
they are horrible people. Like they, you know,
Who is this
Jeffrey
guy?
Epstein.
He said
Jeffrey
it, not
Epstein.
me.
He
I
was
agree
a
though.
fucking Mossad agent because Elaine Maxwell was connected with Mossad. Her dad was a Mossad agent. All of our politicians and a lot of the people in rich
Elaine
positions, they're all
Maxwell's
blackmailed
father
by.
was a Mossad agent? I didn't know
Pretty
that.
sure, yeah, pretty sure.
Oh, I'd never heard anything about that. That would, wow, that's interesting. I'm gonna have to look. I didn't know. That's interesting. But
Yeah.
I do think it's interesting that Trump seems very fascinated by the wealth of Arab countries, and they've consolidated it through pretty scary means. Like I used to be in the Model Arab League, which is like the United Nations, like at university. I was the UAE, and the way we consolidated our wealth was pretty horrific, like tricking laborers to come and then confiscating their visas and making them build the United Arab Emirates skyline, things of that nature. Horrific abuse of camels during camel races, all sorts of horrific things where we engaged in at the UAE. But Trump seems fascinated by that wealth, and he seems to be turning his back on Netanyahu, which I think is kind of interesting because if you remember when he asked Netanyahu to help him unalive Soleimani?
Yep.
I don't think Trump ever
Yeah.
got over that Netanyahu turned his back on him in that moment, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think it's that, and also the fact that Netanyahu is trying to manipulate Trump, like he's manipulated all of our past presidents pretty much since John F. Kennedy. Or well, not Netanyahu in specific, but like just all
Yeah.
of the Israeli prime ministers and shit.
Well, I don't.
I find
it's
it
like
quite
your step.
hilarious.
It's like we created this problem, right? Like we annexed this land, created the state of Israel. Us and the British Empire funded it, and they're like now
British
our out
Empire
of
and the
control,
Rothschilds.
our out of control stepchild. It's like running amok.
Yeah, yeah. I find it very funny that Miriam Adelson, Trump's like second largest
I
donor of
know.
$100
If you don't know who
million.
Miriam Adelson is,
Yeah.
that's Sheldon Adelson, he's unalive and he's no longer with us, but his widow, like, which is it his second wife? I can't remember, but yeah, she inherited all the
I'm
money.
not sure. Yeah, but Trump, he pretty much like turned his back on her completely because she was for like Israeli interests, and he used
Actually,
to
big
also make fun of Marco Rubio in 2015, calling him a shill and a puppet because he took money from Miriam Adelson, and now he took over $100 million in
It's
2024.
Miriam.
What does that make him? By his own logic, he's a puppet. Yeah, Miriam.
Yeah, yeah. I think Trump's very problematic. He makes no sense. He contradicts himself constantly, and for us to think that RFK is no better is crazy too. I think he's a horrible person. He has he's
I
a
think he's
misinformation
better than
and a
Trump, but
pseudoscience believer.
definitely not bad.
He perpetuates crazy conspiracies about science and vaccines. He's just saying these things from the position he holds now causes harm. It causes people to unalive and believe misinformation and refuse science. We have things that we
We'll
can
find
track on
out
this.
when his studies come out.
I'm sorry?
We'll find out about the. We'll find
Oh,
out about
all
like the
real
autism
study.
stuff
There's
when
no
studies come out.
link that like that's not true about autism. And the instances of autism, they didn't come because it became because we learned more about autism and the way we diagnosed it. And I mean, the prevalence of autism, it's nothing that what RFK Jr. is spreading medical misinformation. For whatever reason he is, I don't know. But I'll say this. I'll just make this comparison. I do think Trump and RFK Jr. are both very dangerous in maybe different ways. But here's the thing. These are very rich Nepo babies who inherited millions and millions and millions of dollars and are used to never hearing the word no. I mean, that's what they have in common. rich kids that can just fail over and over and over, and there's always like a net to catch them and prop them back up.
Yeah, we need someone to come in that is like from the middle class and is still in the middle class, but that won't ever
Get
happen
money
because
out of politics. We have to get
yep,
money
yep,
out of politics.
yep.
Period.
Because a middle class person can't afford to run unless
Takes
you're getting backed by
2.5
somebody.
billion to elect a president now. Where are you
Yeah,
going to get
like you
that?
gotta spend hella money.
Or sell out everything you believe in, or and I even like, I love Kamala Harris, but like that move towards the middle she made at the end of her campaign, which was never long enough, but when she started like shaking hands with Liz Cheney, I don't think that's the move. Like, I think the move is a strong progressive stance of, hey, I don't care if you are a Trump supporter and an active fascist in the triple K. I do not care. Everyone should have free healthcare, period. It shouldn't be tied to your job, no matter what your political beliefs are. In other countries, you can be a fascist or you can be a progressive, and everyone gets to go to the doctor in the developed world but us, period.
All
We
right,
need healthcare.
I want to get on to actual debates. I feel like we're agreeing a lot here with
You
this
know,
guest.
I really,
Yeah,
I think we are agreeing too much. I appreciate this conversation though. Thank you for stimulating my brain.
for sure, for sure. All right, peace out. I'll give you both a follow.
Appreciate you, bro. Take it easy.
Yep, you too.
That's the far. That's the thing about the far right. The farther right, that's just like a libertarian, pretty much, which is not that far from left libertarians.
How you doing today, Pickles?
I'm sick as a dog, but I'm here, Socrates.
You were sick yesterday. What's wrong? Still the cold?
I'm allergic
Trump's
to
killing
bullshit,
us
and you're
slowly,
spewing
all
it.
of us.
You're allergic to my bullshit? Touche, Pickles, touche. So what's making you guys upset today?
Um, well,
I have one.
we
What do you think about
Okay.
Trump lifting sanctions on Syria? Like, what's your feelings about it?
Well, I think we've been sanctioning them to death. So I think it's about time we give them a chance to show if they're in good faith or bad faith.
Okay, well, here's my listen. I actually don't necessarily disagree with the statement you just made. Here's my issue. Number one is, I don't know if anyone knows where the like horrible man who just terrorized the citizens of Syria, Bashar al-Assad, is in Moscow, hanging out with Putin. That's where he fled, right? Trump's first term was spent in our war with Syria was a proxy war with Russia, because Russia plopped down a military base there when Obama would terrorize Putin and be like, you're a regional power. Putin's like, I got to get myself a Middle East military base, plopped it down in Syria, used the Wagner group to hold it. And then Trump himself was in a proxy war with Putin. But for whatever reason now, all we see is Trump bending over backwards for Putin. Never tariffed him. Now all of a sudden, while Bashar
Well, he
al-Assad,
sanctions them. He sanctions them.
no, he lifted all the sanctions.
Why
I
do you
can
think
I
he's in
can
Saudi
provide
Arabia
source.
now?
Well, no, well, we can talk about the Saudis in a
No,
second.
but
That's another
I'm
problem. But
saying
I'm
the
just saying
Saudis.
Trump lifted the Russian sanctions. He also made it easier for them to operate as foreign agents on U.S. soil. He stopped the DOJ teams that were going after Russian cybercrime and interfering in our elections. I promise you, if you really dig into it, in any way Trump can support Russia and its allies, he has.
Okay, well now he's in Saudi Arabia right now to work on more deals.
In
again.
Qatar.
What's that?
He's in Qatar,
Oh, but
accepting
yesterday.
his $400 million plane.
Yesterday he was in Saudi Arabia. Why do you think he's trying to get them to produce more barrels of oil?
You don't want this fight. Do you really want to get into this?
Well,
Because
you
this
don't
is
think
one of
it's
the
to- you
most
don't think
damaging
it's to-
things
you
he's
don't
doing.
think it's to weakens Russians' production?
No, absolutely not. Like,
Well-
I mean, well, let me correct that. I think that could be right. One of the reasons, or let me just say, Trump has many angles.
Yeah,
Trump
he does.
was saying, no, I mean, I don't even know if they're purposeful, but when I do agree with you, before I make my defense or oppose you, of what you're saying, that when Trump started saying to MBS and OPEC and the Saudis release the oil reserves to drive the price per barrel of oil down, that was, at least optically in an attempt to starve Russia, right? To make it hard for them to pay for the war, allegedly. But the danger of saying to the Saudis, release the oil reserves, is what happens. Like, if you understand commodities, what happens when the price per barrel of oil goes down is that he's selling out. He's selling out American oil companies, because what we need, right, at $60 a barrel, when oil futures reach 60, we cap wells in the U.S., not tap, because we're not the Saudis. We don't use slave labor. We can't pull oil like their oil is nearer the surface. It's much harder for us and more expensive to pull oil out of the ground. So what Trump is doing,
I understand. Wait,
yeah,
can I just
no,
say
but
something?
I'm saying, so that's my point is, yeah, just let me finish my statement and then you can talk. I swear I'll be quiet. I'm just saying that the danger in what Trump was doing was immediately creating uncertainty. What Biden did that was smart was keep the price per barrel of oil futures up around $70. We were clawing back market share from the Saudis. People were saying, we can trust Joe Biden. He's consistent. He's keeping the price per barrel in the sweet spot where we can risk everything we have.
Did Joe Biden
just let me finish. I'm almost done. I'm almost done, I promise. Just leverage. Yes.
Drilling?
Yes. We were net energy, but we were exporting more than we were importing under Joe Biden. That's true. Whether you know that or not, it's the truth.
Are you, no. I just have to ask you a question. I don't know are you sure about that though?
I'm 100% positive. I basically should be an oil executive. I listen to all of their earnings calls.
You want to work in Halliburton?
No, I don't. But I listen to all of their earnings calls. Yes, we were
exporting. Simmons?
No, that's an electronics company. I don't listen
Simmons
to
is the oil.
Siemens? Oh, I thought you were talking about
Simmons
No,
out of Houston.
Listen, I'm correct. Yes.
Okay.
Listen, can I just land my plane and then you can say something? But that is true. Like we were exporting more than we were importing. We were energy independent under Joe Biden, and we were clawing back from the Saudis' market share. But in order to do that, we've got to remain in a sweet spot. We cannot dip below $60 a barrel, or American oil producers can no longer afford to tap new wells. So there's a sweet spot, right? No,
I understand this. But
well, you just asked me if we were energy independent. Of course we were. In 2023, we exported more. We exported more LNG than anyone else in the world. We were energy independent in every way possible.
Yeah.
Period.
We hit a 70-year high under Biden?
Yeah.
Absolutely. Trump lied about it.
Why do you shut down the pipeline?
Oh, wow.
I can teach you about the pipeline.
You don't understand.
Yeah.
That's not a thing. That's not a thing.
I can teach you about the pipeline.
That's
not
misinformation.
It was 8% complete, so it wasn't shut down. Like, it was a Canadian pipeline. And B, it was shut down in 2019 by Judge Brian Morris.
Why did he let Iran produce more oil?
No, wait, hold on. You're pivoting. You wanted to learn about the pipeline. You wanted to learn about. No, but let's stay on the pipeline.
No, right? Pickles told me everything I need to know about the pipeline.
So you concede that you were incorrect about that. Okay, I'm just making sure we're not just pivoting without. No, yeah, you can't eminent domain. Turns out you can't eminent domain indigenous people's land and just take it over. Yeah, it's crazy.
No, but why did he increase oil production out of Iran if it's going to hurt our?
Oh, dude. Wait, what year are you talking about?
I'm talking about the last 4 years. He took off sanctions off of Iranian oil production. Why did he do that?
You're talking about Biden?
Yeah, that's a fact. That's a fact.
The sanctions
what's the question?
I said, if he cares so much about America's oil industry, why did he lift sanctions off of Iranian oil industry?
Listen, those things are not mutual.
Biden has not lifted sanctions on Iranian oil.
You want to check that?
I just did.
Okay, hold on. All right, I'm going to do something called teacup. All right, well, what are you looking at? Hold on one second.
I can look it up too. I'll help you Google it as well.
The sanctions remain in place.
I can also Google. I have an extra computer. Oh, wow. That's the first. You just start typing and it comes up. Ew, what is that? Reject. I hate that. U.S. President Joe Biden has accused of laxity in their application. Is there any truth to these? Yeah, it's false. You're right. Pickles is correct. The UN arms embargo against Iran expired October 18, 2020, before Biden was elected president and long before he took office. The embargo at exactly 5 years after. Oh, yeah. Okay. The change, however, is scheduled. Yeah, it's not true. The U.S. has increased sanctions against Tehran several times since 1969. Again in 2001. Sorry, I'm just reading through the fact check for anything that would.
Did oil production increase under Biden? I
Yes.
understand they left the sanctions in place. Did it
Yes, we
increase?
produced. Never before had we pumped
he's asking
and
about Iran.
exported more oil.
I'm talking about Iran.
Oh, I don't know. What are we
Oh,
supposed
well,
to do
they're a
about that?
separate country. We have nothing to do with. Oh, and I can help you with that too, because I do actually. Sorry, I was a little bit confused, but I do know about this. Russia is purchasing oil from Iran. So is China. So, like, if who is buying their oil or started buying more oil is not necessarily something that Joe Biden could control. Period.
Okay, in 2023, they produced the most oil they ever had under sanctions. Just because he didn't lift the sanctions, he
Yeah. Okay.
eased on.
Your
He
okay,
eased.
but yeah,
He
your
eased on the
claim.
sanctions.
Your
He
claim is
eased.
that he lifted sanctions,
No,
but
no,
also
he eased on the sanctions. My bad. I misspoke. He eased on them.
in what? Can you just state? Because I'm
does that
here in
mean?
July 2023 after a meeting with Iraqi. What when you say eased, what specifically you're talking about? Because I'm reading a comprehensive fact check. Wait, here we go. Oh, here we go. Oh no, that in August 2023. Because this is a really good fact check. Biden, no, that's just the $6 billion of frozen assets that was in
February
South Korea and then
2022.
moved to
February
Qatar.
2022.
To Qatar.
February 2022. Biden attempted to enable U.S. Oh yeah, yes, because of the loss of the nuclear deal that Trump effed up.
Yeah.
Why would you want Iran to have a nuclear weapon?
It's
what
the
Trump did.
opposite.
No,
Trump pulled us out of the Iran
literally
nuclear
deal.
accusing
Wait a second.
Biden of what
Now,
Donald Trump
Pickles, you
did.
know
You
that's
have
not
it
true,
exactly
Pickles.
opposite.
That's 1,000%.
No, that's not
No,
true.
it is true.
What has Trump been saying on TV? Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. What has he been saying?
Okay, that
Oh,
doesn't.
we're
that
not
doesn't
talking about
matter.
saying. We're talking
I'm
about
saying
actions.
Trump pulled us
Well,
out
I
of
think-
the Iran nuclear deal. Now they have the capability of getting nukes, and you're worried about them getting oil?
No. Now you're pivoting. You're talking about.
No.
You're talking about. You just said Donald Trump has. What did you say? Donald Trump is encouraging Iran to get a nuclear weapon by his
He
policy.
pulled them out of the Iran nuclear deal.
He
Yes.
did. He pulled us out of the nuclear deal.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Yes, and listen, one thing I agreed with you about when I asked you about the Syria lifting sanctions on Syria, I actually do agree with you that like we do need to give people the rope to hang themselves, and like we shouldn't just be turning off people's economies because even when there's a oppressive regime doing bad things, there's still people in those countries.
Okay, but wait, let's get back.
Who shouldn't have their economies turned off. Look what we've done to
Venezuela.
Venezuela. No, wait, hold on. That's why, because of sanctions, that's why Venezuelans are at the southern border. Because of Cuban sanctions, that's why they're at the southern border. So I partly agree with you about Syria, right? And it's the same thing with Iran, but Trump is the one that backed out of the nuclear deal. And
Trump
Biden
backed
is
out of it because it was a bad deal.
It wasn't a bad deal. That's
because
what
he
Trump
said that?
said.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No,
that's
because
what
it was
Trump.
a terrible
now
deal.
don't listen to me. Don't be the guy that just spews propaganda.
What is good about Iran
Listen,
having a nuclear weapon?
I'm trying to compliment you. You were demonstrating proficiency and knowledge for a while there, and now
Felice,
you're
thank you, but
just
what is
you
a
were,
good
but
idea
now
with
you're
Iran having a
spewing
nuclear
things.
weapon?
Now
No,
you're
what's a
spewing
good idea
things
with
Trump
Iran having a
said.
nuclear
Dude, you
weapon?
don't understand what the nuclear deal was if that's what you think that
And the
means.
nuclear deal was horrible.
You're
That's why he pulled
confused.
out of
What?
it.
Okay, well, explain to us what the nuclear deal entailed.
Yeah, I don't think you have a
It
good
was
have no
giving
idea.
Iran a chance to build a nuclear
No,
weapon in a roundabout way.
It's the exact opposite. You're wrong. Listen.
I'm not saying that's
I'm
what he said,
enjoying
but
this
that's what the door
I'm enjoying
opened,
this
guys.
conversation.
That's what the
but
door
you've
opened.
taken you're completely wrong right now.
The nuclear deal was not a good deal to keep Iran from having a nuclear weapon. They had many loopholes in it.
And but that's not, first of all, what you just said, and you're
I
incorrect.
just, but see, so you guys hang on every word and you think you can get a gotcha when people don't say it exactly the way you understand it. The nuclear.
said the opposite of
You
what
said the
happened.
No,
opposite
I've
of
been
the
saying
truth.
the whole
You
time.
literally
deal
said
was
the
bad.
opposite of the
I've been
truth.
saying the whole time the deal was bad.
But
Come
you
on,
have no idea
guys.
what the deal did. So why would we accept your
Okay,
criticism of it?
okay. Tell me what you tell me what the deal did. Let's
Don't
hear.
try. No, you're the one that says you. Like that's. Not
Oh my
how it
God,
works.
you guys don't understand that the deal was enabling Iran to make a nuclear weapon?
No, it
Oh, it was
wasn't.
not.
It was doing the opposite, and that
No,
you're
it
scaring.
wasn't.
You're scaring me right now. This is
Oh
getting
my
weird.
God, Felice,
So when let's say this, no deal is perfect. That's how negotiations work. You give
And the
something.
deal
Wait,
was
hold on. Let me
horrible.
finish, Socrates, because like I just don't die on this hill particularly. That's all I'm asking. We
Oh,
should
you
just
guys die on every hill.
no, actually. But I'm saying this because I enjoy your brain. Like we're all thinking, we're debating. It's nice, but you're wrong about this. So yeah, I'm glad you're teacupping. Just do a little reading. Trump is the one that made it easier for Iran to make nuclear weapons. And I think the reason Trump is now trying to cozy up with Iran, if I had to say, was because they're after him. There are literal Tias funded by Iran
Okay,
who are trying to
Felice,
unalive
what's the
Trump. And I
sunset?
think he's looking to make it, make things a little bit better for himself. He's scared. Pickles might be hyperventilating. We don't know. Let's just pray for Pickles. Pickles is probably working on getting oxygen into his lungs right now, is my guess. Here, I'll read about I'm not trying to do, I just want to be clear. I'm not trying to like do any weird gotchas. Here we go. Like this is from is this 2 hours ago? Wow. What is this is happening in real time. Yeah, it's May 14th, right? Okay, yeah, this is 2 hours ago. So now this is an AP News article that says Trump killed where did he go? Well, I was enjoying that, Socrates. Trump wants a nuclear deal with Iran, but says Tehran must end its support of proxy groups, right? So this is the nature of the Middle East, right? Same problem. Trump can't completely sell out Israel. There are problems that we created. So he's trying to get Iran to stop funding groups like Hezbollah or H Group. But then also at the same time, he's trying to make nice with them because they're trying to unalive him. And I think he's scared about it. Like this, the Middle East is a complicated place. I was enjoying, I don't know where he went. That was not that bad of a conversation. I think we were being quite civil. I'm in a good mood today. I'm really am planning to be nice. But that was the point I wanted to make about the Syrian sanctions as well. Like this is the nature of the Middle East. And I just, like I always say, I see the world in these like very simple patterns. And I think we need to recognize the pattern. What's happening? Oh, here we go, lifting sanctions against Syria. And what are we doing? We're now funding another T group.
God,
This is what we do.
MAGA's
We're
so
funding a
crazy.
T group.
Yeah,
We're going to let them run amok for 10 years. And then what are we going to do? G-side them all and be like, oh, did we fund those people? Just like if you don't know, the H group, who funded them? How did H group come into power in Palestine? Israel, Great Britain, America. We funded them. Then we let them do whatever they're doing for a few decades, and then we unalive everyone and act like we don't see the pattern going on.
I broke a bunch of glasses while I got up, so that's what I've been doing.
I do like all these interesting glasses you wear too. I feel like we should be in like Ocean's 11.
Oh, appreciate it. I'm in a drinking glass though.
That's different.
Yeah. Oh, I don't know why my stress level is so high today.
Occam's razor. I'm good. I'm actually pretty calm today. No, I'm not. But calmer, you guys know me. On my stress scale, which Pickle's most stressful moment is my most calm moment. I think I'm going to impress you today with my calmness.
It makes me on edge. Yeah, it's probably because I'm sick. Yeah. He ran. I don't know. That guy. Surprisingly,
he did some research and realized he was wrong. I mean,
Yeah.
he was wrong. He was 100% wrong about.
surprisingly,
the
he's
nuclear
still chill
deal.
today
That went
after I
wrong.
told him to get fucked yesterday because somebody kicked him.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
I never met. I followed you, Socrates. Your brain is working. Keep thinking. Keep reading. You can get there. But defending Trump is a dead end. The data is not going to data for you.
I need to learn more about Syria. I need to learn more about this stuff for sure.
Is Syria building a Trump tower? Don't even tell me that. Is that true?
Oh.
Well, that explains. There you go. And there we go. Right next to Russia, to Putin's military base. Of course they are. This is what Trump is on a tribute tour accepting illegal bribes. Period.
Yeah. 400 million plane, and people are like, "What about Hillary's $400 necklace?" Oh no, what will
Oh,
we
Hillary
ever
would like give
do?
back a necklace.
Oh no.
I can't.
Uh,
This is, or what was it like? Kamala Harris, like Beyonce gave her like tickets, or was it uh Ketanji Brown Jackson? Maybe it was Ketanji Brown Jackson who got like Beyonce tickets for free. She didn't pay for them, but she had to like claim the value, and Republicans said that she was corrupt. Meanwhile, Trump is collecting exorbitant bribe after exorbitant bribe.
Here's another thing. Bill Clinton with the helicopter. That's another misinformation thing. I've been searching on the internet this morning about it. There's nothing besides like a Facebook post about this. Bill Clinton does not receive a helicopter.
They've got to have a what about pickles, because
Yeah.
there's no justification for this level of corruption. Or let's talk about, anyone want to talk about how we're not accepting any actual war refugees from war torn countries with no food, where children are being
Unless they're white.
unalived? No, that's not a war torn country. I can tell you this. These Afrikaners, who, if you don't know what that word means, that's it's Afrikaners with two A's and a K, and it's Dutch and German descendants who colonized South Africa. They make 12x on average the salary of any black South Africans. During apartheid, they stole all Black South Africans' land, have terrorized them, have imprisoned them unjustly for years. The whole Nelson Mandela thing is an example of that. And now our tax dollars are paying for luxury planes to go pick these weirdos up and bring them here. And the South African government was like, these people are unvetted, violent people who you should not let into your country, but if and when you do, we are not responsible for what happens.
Okay. I can't turn on the phone number. There's a bunch of people on YouTube who want to debate, but I can't do that because Felice
Because
won't
of
be able to
me,
speak.
sorry. Can you guys just come over here and yell at me? I promise to be super nice. Just join. Don't you have a TikTok account? Just, if there's a guest, then we all can't hear because of the way sound works on OBS.
Yeah.
So you just come over and request on TikTok if you can. You don't even need followers, right? I don't think you need followers to request on TikTok.
I think your account needs to mature in some way because
Yeah, there's some way, but
yeah.
oh yeah, and can we all get Pickles to 100K? Let's just all tap. Oh, he's back. There's our guy. I actually was sad you left.
No, my phone died.
Okay, that makes me feel better. I was like, God, he hated me that much.
No, I don't hate you. I don't hate you at all. You're actually very attractive. Hold on one second.
Okay, as long as we're confessing to things.
Why? Well, it's just
Felice
I'm
needs to
stating the
go.
obvious.
Delaney, why don't you go?
Okay, so the Iran
Someone
nuclear
in
deal.
the chat just said I need to go.
No,
I think
you don't
Delaney
need to go.
should
Don't
go.
don't listen to those.
Delaney,
morons.
why don't you go?
No, okay, let's talk about the Iran nuclear deal because I wasn't prepared to talk about it when I came up here. So the Iran nuclear deal, formerly known as the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, was signed in 2015 between Iran and UK, France, Germany, Russia, and China. President Trump withdrew that deal in 2018, citing key differences. Here are his key differences: the sunset clauses. Key restrictions on Iran's nuclear program were temporary. For example, limitations on uranium enrichment were set to expire in 10 to 15 years. Critics concern they only delayed Iran's ability to develop developed, that's the key word, delayed nuclear weapons rather than permanently preventing it. Trump is trying to permanently prevent it. All right, missile program not included. Problem, the JCPOA did not restrict Iran's ballistic missile development. Critics concern Iran continued testing missiles capable of carrying nuclear warheads, which critics argue undermine the spirit of the agreement. So right there, they kind of were not in good faith there.
So Trump's answer to this was to pull us all the way out and to just
Yes.
let them get everything, right?
Yes. No, not
No,
everything.
you have to know, but listen, you're smart and I'm complimenting you. Your brain works. We talk to people whose brains don't work. You have to have heard what you just read. What you are saying is because this deal, and this is how all negotiations work. I just want to tell you, I have a degree in history, especially around like foreign policy. And this is one of my emphasis. I wrote
I could tell you where
I
I
wrote
went
a
to school.
100-page paper. No, but let me just tell you something. 10 to 15 years of an agreement of nuclear disarmament, that's how it goes. So
Yeah,
you're
but this
saying
this
no
this me
because it's
but
not
this
what
isn't
in
wait one thing,
perpetuity. No,
police
listen, wait, let me just finish. You're saying because
It-
in 10 to 15 years the deal would have to be renegotiated, it was no good. That was your main
But
claim.
don't you
If
think
you
they would have
listen to what
gained? Don't
hey,
you
if
think they
that's
would have
the
gained
worst thing
ground,
wrong,
police?
there's
Police, don't
there's
you think
nothing
they would have
wrong.
gained ground within that 10 to 15 years of developing more weapons? And
That's
okay, so the missile
No.
program.
What? Oh, no, that
Wait,
doesn't make
wait.
sense.
these
Missile
people.
program not included.
Okay,
Did
so
not
here's
restrict Iran's ballistic missile development.
here's the thing though. Trump
What?
Trump can have his complaints and say, hey, maybe we can make a new deal. We can add on to a deal. We can say, hey, if you want to stop testing missiles, if we want, like, what could we give you? What could we do? But they wanted to
So
stay
he
a part
killed
of
it.
this. They wanted to stay a part of this agreement because it allowed them to do trade. EU.
It allowed
That
it
is a
what?
huge thing for them. It allowed them to do free trade.
To
It
sell
allowed
But
their
they
oil.
also
To
they
sell
also what's it
oil and
called?
other things they needed so their people could eat.
yeah.
No, I'm not saying the people can eat, and Trump's not saying the
And that's
people of
what Trump.
Iran can eat
Yes,
either.
he did. He
Yes,
put
he
sanctions
did
on them.
not.
Yes, he did. He put sanctions on them that fucked up their economy so bad it kept medicine and food.
Who is the main backers of the Houthis?
Iran.
But you're pivoting now.
No,
into
I'm not. I'm
things.
saying you're. No, I'm not pivoting.
You're saying you're talking about Iran?
No, no, no. I'm talking
Who's
about
the
Iran.
main backers of the Houthis? Yeah, Iran.
Okay, so why would Trump delay that?
No, okay, can I just explain it? And I want to just I'm in a very calm mood today. I feel like
I'm very
I
calm.
went to therapy yesterday, talked to my therapist about my communication styles.
I'm on my third
No,
Xanax.
Okay, I love that for you, and I'm jealous. Um, I no longer am doing things like that, but man, I used to. So I just want to say I'm not fighting you on this. I'm just asking you to be reasonable, right? That deal was a good deal, the nuclear deal. Now, it didn't include you're trying to say, which I think you're just kind of flailing around and looking for an excuse. Okay, it didn't include ICBMs.
No, I agree with him.
Intercontinental ballistic missiles. Okay, then we continue the conversation and we add that in. We don't like get rid of the entire deal, right? It's not the perfect deal. It's a starting point. We're building relationships. We're opening trade. We're allowing the Iranian people to trade with Europe. And no, listen, that's a non sequitur as well. I'm just saying it was a good starting point. You don't just get rid of the deal and allow them to enrich uranium.
Yeah, he didn't replace
Uranium
it.
again. That's
He
not
had nothing else. He just
uranium.
put a
What?
shitload of sanctions on him and walked away. And he's like, I can make a better deal, and then never did.
His main concern is we are being attacked by Iranian-based groups.
So
All
he
right.
gave them everything they wanted.
So he's like, continue while these groups are attacking you to enrich
No,
uranium,
he's
so
saying-
eventually they can have the ultimate weapon. Like,
No. Well, now you're contradicting
but
yourself.
I'm just asking you to understand that what
how
you're
is
saying
10
doesn't
to
make
15
sense.
years?
So we
How is-
keep the deal in place, and then we say, hey, let's
Why
build some
keep the deal in
trust.
place? Why
and
keep the deal in place?
Because
Why?
it's good that Iran wasn't enriching
If
uranium.
you were having troubles with your
Socrates,
boyfriend-
I know you know the answer to that.
If you were having troubles with your boyfriend and you want him to stay in the house, would you let him leave the house?
Okay, that's a terrible analogy. That
Why?
makes no sense. But let me give you an analogy that does make sense. Let's say I had an abusive boyfriend, okay? 'Cause
Okay, let's
I
go
definitely
there.
have. This is a real story. But let's say that I just made a deal with him. Okay, we're going to keep the ARs out of the house, right? And maybe he still had a pistol, but in order to build trust and make me feel safer, let's just get the automatic semi-automatic issues out of the house first. That's still a good thing. I'm not 100% safe. I'm
But
still a bit on. Wait,
Felice-
hold on. Let me just stay with me. Let me finish.
Okay.
I'm uncomfortable. I don't like it, but we are building trust. It's a starting point.
Wow, you are
My
attractive.
abusive boyfriend.
You
Oh,
are
thank you.
attractive.
Okay, well,
Wow.
focus on my words and stop looking at me.
He put you
Just-
on the big screen.
my brain's even more attractive, I
He put
promise.
you on the big screen.
Okay, let's just all no, but this is why I like being in small boxes. That's what she said. That's a weird thing to
Ah,
say.
you
It sounded
want me to-
strange.
Do you want me to move you back?
No, it's okay. No, I'm just saying. So the point is, hey, is any negotiation perfect? No, because there's give and take. And my boyfriend got some things he wanted, which is, hey, okay, I'm getting rid of these scary ARs, but we're opening a communication and I can go do certain things I want to do. Cool. It's not perfect. It's a starting point. You don't abolish the entire thing and say, no, bring back the most dangerous, scary weapons into the house. You just build off the original deal.
But that deal didn't focus on. It only focuses on Iran's nuclear activities. It didn't address.
For the love of
support.
God, say Iran. For the people of the Middle East, say Iran.
All right, Iran. Okay, all right, Iran. It didn't focus on Iran's other interests, like supporting Hezbollah, Hamas, militias in Iraq, Syria, and Yemen.
Oh no, and listen, like let's
Don't
talk
you think
about
the
that.
deal should have had that if they wanted a nuclear weapon? Don't
No,
you think
but
that
hey,
should have been added?
Can I just talk to you about building trust? You don't know me, right? Iran is trying to survive.
But Iran has been.
no.
Iran,
I just let me.
you
if
know what
do-
happened with the embassies, right?
well, yes, I was gonna. I could take you back. I have a degree in history. I could take you back farther than that. There's a
I
long
went to
tradition
college.
with
I went to
Iran. Oh,
college.
I believe that because you're not smart. That's that's why I like talking to you. Your brain is working. This is nice. Let's keep it going. But I'm telling you, is Iran? Yes, they have a long history with the U.S. Not just the U.S., but our horrible, awful step parent, the British Empire. Of we've been terrorizing them, making deals with them, and going back on them. So yes, Iran is very wary, right? And one of the ways they've been able to create footholds is by funding T groups. The stopping enriching uranium is just the starting point. I agree with you that on top of that, in addition, we need to talk about Hezbollah,
I'm just saying the deal
about
should
the
have had that in
Houthis.
there. Felice, I'm just saying the deal should have had
No,
more.
listen to me. But just
talking
if you
points.
look at how foreign policy, you have to start with something. And then as it's like, see, now you're trading with Europe, you're making money, the people of Iran, we're making good on our end. Now we can build more trust,
Well,
right?
weren't you
No
just
deal,
upset-
you don't get 110%
But you were
in the beginning.
didn't you just question me about what I thought about him lifting sanctions on Syria? So why is it good for Syria?
No,
to
I
have
actually,
sanctions
no,
Iran
I
doesn't?
actually, you might not, you laughed and I was actually, I agree.
No, you
I've
agreed
been
with
thinking,
me.
no, yeah, that's what I'm saying. I actually, and I've thought about this all night and just because I was debating yesterday, and I've thought a lot about the sanctions on Syria. I don't think, because let me just extend it out, not just to Syria, but what we did with Venezuela and Cuba. And I understand that immigration is fueling our economy, and I can make a mathematical argument for why, especially being in gross population decline, if we don't get able-bodied workers to immigrate to
Yeah,
the
I
U.S.
just want to stick with the agreement.
No, but let me just. I'm not gonna go off. I promise. I'm bringing
All right.
it back home. So my point is, though, when we turn off economies, when we use the power of the U.S. dollar and we sanction countries around the world and turn them off, say if anyone trades with them, then you're dead to us. We devalue their currency. We make it the number one driver of crime is what? Poverty, right? And that's why the two top countries people came to our southern border from were Venezuela and Cuba. So in general, no, I don't know if the answer is to sanction countries like Syria, like Iran
Do you think
forever.
Iran has an interest in destabilizing the Middle East or stabilizing it?
I think Iran has an interest in existing and preserving their
Yeah,
existence.
but do you
I
think
think
they
the
have
Middle
an
East is
existing
such
with
a
other do you think they have an interest? No. Do you think they have an interest in stabilizing the Middle East?
Yeah, I think all economies run on stable peacetime. Yeah,
Why haven't they-
and
why
the
haven't they
economy
been-
will function better if
What-
it is peacetime. Yes.
Why haven't they been a part of the Abraham Accord?
The Abraham Accord is a PR announcement that did nothing.
Why? Some people, well, he just went to Saudi Arabia
Well, you
yesterday.
can't claim peace in the Middle East or peace in Palestine when the
He's
people
working
that
towards that, though.
yeah, but
He's the only
it was
president.
just a PR announcement. Palestine wasn't even part of the negotiation. That was not a thing. No one
Yeah, but
agreed to anything there.
don't you think the definition of insanity is trying to do something over and over again and getting the same
I
result?
think you heard that and it made sense to you, and now you're repeating as if
No,
it's
no, no.
relevant in this
That makes
conversation.
that's no. So you're saying that
No,
we
I
have
do
to,
think that. I think U.S. foreign policy in the Middle East is the definition of insanity. Yes.
so you don't think Donald Trump is changing that?
No. Can I give you an example?
Okay.
Yeah, and I want to be clear. I don't blame Trump for this.
Wait. First of all,
I don't
there's
blame
people
Trump
in the
for this.
comments-
This is
there's
the
people in
never.
the comments telling me to chill. Am I being rude to you?
I think I mean, I was raised by a malignant narcissist, so this is just a lovely chat to me.
Yeah. So tell the people down below. They're hurting my feelings.
I'm dead inside. Yeah, so I don't know if you're being rude or not because this is like.
You think
this
I'm
is-
being rude?
No, like I'm telling you, my meter of what is rude and not is definitely messed up. I've realized that since being on the internet.
No, I
like
used to
my
be a floor
family's
broker.
normal voice is screaming obscenities at each other. That's how we
Okay.
communicate. So no, not to me, but I'm learning through therapy. Maybe I should learn to communicate differently. I think we're doing well though. I think we're getting somewhere.
Well,
I
tell
just-
the people in the box.
Again,
to
I
leave
want
me
to say
alone.
this, which is going to probably piss some people off, but I don't blame. It's not Trump's the way things happen and U.S. foreign policy operates in the Middle East. It did not start with Trump, right? This has been going on for decades before Trump.
Yeah,
But
that
just-
goes without saying.
Yeah, all I want is for you to notice the pattern, right? The Abraham Accords did nothing. We have a very clear pattern. Who funded the H group? We did. The British Empire did. Israel did.
What
we
group?
fund
What groups?
H group. That's how H group took power in Palestine. We funded them. This is what we do. We bring groups to power. We fund them. We let them operate for a while. Just notice this pattern after I say
Yeah, we
it.
did that
And
in
then- and then
Afghanistan. We did
then-
that in
yeah,
Afghanistan.
Thank you. And then we
Yeah.
G-side them. We did it in Iran, right? The Shah of Iran, we empowered him. We brought him into power. We worked with him until we just turned on him and G-sided them all, right? Like this is the pattern of the Middle East. The point, what I'm asking everyone to just recognize is it doesn't matter if people are good or bad. We choose a small faction. This is what just happened in Syria, right? The FSA. This is a horrible, these aren't good people. These are, I mean, we're basically now funding them, bringing them into power, as is. I mean, these are people Israel were just attacking. We're bringing them into power, and I guarantee you the same pattern will play out the same way it did with Bashir al-Assad. It's not about if people are good or bad or want to work with us. This is what we do. We do it in South America as well. We install puppet governments. We initiate coups. We place pro-capitalistic puppets in charge. We use them as long as we want, and then all of a sudden we turn on them and get rid of them all.
I did that. We did that to Noriega.
Yeah, exactly.
And we did that to
There you go.
Mobutu.
We did it in every South American country.
Yeah, but
and
now
so it's
Trump
not
is-
about
now
right
Trump
or
is-
wrong,
wait,
good or
Felice,
bad. It
Felice,
just
I
happens.
was on mute. Hold on. Now, you don't think Donald Trump is taking a different angle towards this? I'm going to go on mute while you explain.
No, I don't. But well, I mean, if you think he is, just tell me how, and then I can tell you how I feel about it. But no.
Well, you could see what he's been doing in the last couple days when he was in Saudi Arabia and Qatar.
Accepting bribes.
Why do you think he's accepting bribes?
Well, through the emoluments clause, we know that you can't accept bribes, and he is.
Well, he has a business that's not associated with his presidency.
None of the which has not. You're saying that. Let's say the UAE, again, I represented the UAE in the Model Arab League at my university, so I know a lot about them. You think them giving $2 billion to Trump's meme coin is not corruption?
No, listen,
You know it is.
That's
let's
corruption.
just agree.
That's
yeah,
corruption.
he's okay.
That's
Thank
corruption.
you.
That's
We're
corruption.
okay.
But
there
do
we
you
go.
think-
And he's
do you
rug
think
pulled.
that-
And here's the thing. Here's my defense for Trump supporters. I think it's wrong that 58 accounts have made a fortune off Trump's meme coin, and hundreds of thousands have been rug pulled. Right?
Okay, but wait, one thing before we go on. The people in the bottom are saying Jimmy Carter was forced to sell his peanut farm. That's not true.
What? That's a pivot I didn't even see coming. What is
No, that's not true. No, this is what they're reading. Jimmy Carter was forced to sell his peanut farm. That's not true. You know that.
What does that have to do with the current topic? What are we?
No,
What's
I'm
going
reading
on?
the comments. I'm reading in the
Oh,
comments. He
I'm
put it
just
in a
confused. Okay, yeah, you should probably not listen.
Oh,
I
I
do.
should
You
ignore the
probably have ADHD like me. Like
I
you're like,
do.
look at those pretty colors. I don't know what that has
Thank
to do
God
with
I
what we're
do.
talking
It
about.
made me successful. But all
I
I'm
do
saying is,
too.
but all I'm saying is that Donald Trump's taking it different. He said yesterday, we want commerce and cooperation. We don't want bombs. We want business. What is wrong with that? Let's try to let it work,
Can
right?
I? Well,
Because you're going
nothing is
back to
wrong. Listen to me. Nothing is wrong with saying those words, right? The problem is that Trump's actions, and I will invite, as someone, I was raised by a malignant narcissist who's exactly like Trump, except for exceedingly more intelligent. So my advice to you is to never listen to Trump's words. Just watch his pattern of behavior, right? I mean, we're talking about a guy, Trump was in a proxy war with Syria during his first term. Who was the proxy war with? With Russia, right? That's who. Where is Bashir al-Assad now? He's in Moscow. So I mean, Trump was droning Syria.
I'm not simping for him, but
well,
he was
I'm just saying, like
overthrown.
you're
was
doing
overthrown.
you're doing the no new wars thing. We've had
Yeah.
all sorts. Yeah. Okay. Well,
Yeah, I
explain
am.
India and Pakistan.
That
Trump
they've been
said no
fighting
new
forever.
wars.
They've been fighting
Okay,
forever.
well,
You know that.
listen, and I don't disagree with that, but this is I'm just quoting your Lord and Savior now. He said, "No, if I was in charge, when I'm in office, no one would dare attack each other. No one ever would because they're so fearful of me." And what we know is that's not true. India attacked Pakistan, Pakistan attacked back. Trump announced a ceasefire on Sunday, and I have time-stamped videos of them attacking each other after that. So I'm just saying, listen, I know that and I get it. This is a psychological talk. Like the idea of the authoritarian strongman, it makes you feel good. It's like this guy's got it. He's powerful. He's going to take care of us. He's making good deals, but the reality is different.
Okay,
I gotta go.
but we have to
Goals, can I be off the big screen now? I do
Yes.
feel just slightly self-conscious, but thank you for thanks for see. This is what I look
Sorry,
like,
I had to
everyone.
step away for a second. I'm alive. Are we here?
And this is the truth too, Socrates. I do think we should just hold, I'm less interested, even though we should be interested because foreign policy affects domestic policy, right? Nothing happens outside of the US that doesn't affect us domestically. And I do acknowledge that. But what we need to really look at, rather than all these other distractions, is that we are being robbed. Not by brown people. They're actually helping us retire. We're being robbed by billionaires. And that's what keeps me up at night, is the never-ending transfers of wealth to the top of the economy. We've got to do something to get the money to recirculate.
I just received it. Okay, now let me ask you a question. When you say brown people, how are they helping us retire?
Oh, I would love to pull up a study and show you.
Okay, sure, I'll listen.
Yeah, or I can send it to Pickles and he could actually put it, because I actually have this open. This is an American Immigration Council study about the effects of mass deportation. But I'll just say, in 2023, $98 billion was paid by undocumented immigrants that they'll never get back through ITIN numbers into our retirement, right? Into Medicare, Social Security, that they will never benefit from in any way. I hate, and I just want to say something. I don't like that capitalism runs on either the cheapest or basic, ideally slave labor. I'm not a simp for capitalism, but I also have taken a lot of economic classes at university, and I understand how our economy and the global economy is functioning, and that by engaging in mass deportation, we are biting off our nose to spite our face. I think that Trump did a good job of saying, hey, these people are taking your jobs, and you believed it. It's just not mathematically true. We have millions of jobs that aren't filled, even when the undocumented workers were not afraid to come to work. It's not that they're taking our jobs, they're supplementing and growing our economy. Here,
So
sorry, I forgot to send this.
We are in population decline. So if you enjoy having a labor force at all, uh, immigrants is probably our best option at maintaining that. Also, they pay into Social Security, which is going to be insolvent if we don't if we keep going with the population decline rate that we are. They are paying $97 billion a year into Social Security and things like that without pulling anything from it. That's huge. Um, and then shrinking the economy by kicking them out of the country is also just completely asinine. It's virtue signaling. It's weird. It's white nationalism or something of the sorts. I know it sounds crazy and like we're being crazy leftists, but if you know anything about Stephen Miller or Tom Homan, it's absolutely 100,000% true. Steve Miller is a complete. He's literally the devil. He is a self-proclaimed white nationalist.
Okay,
He's
I'm back.
disgusting.
Excuse me.
I was with you, Pickles. Preach. But did you hear anything Pickles
Pickles,
said?
why are you getting so upset?
Did you hear what I said?
Pickles is never. He's struggling to breathe. Don't distract him from breathing. Okay, I'm sending this American Immigration Council study to Pickles. Sent it. I couldn't find it for a second.
I just went into something here. It says over 90 billion they pay annually into the system, public expenditures, but over estimated 150 billion per year.
Yeah, and that's so you're either getting that from a house, somebody in the house, what is it? Like the house. Somebody, it's a politician who put that up in the house. The house.gov.
It's the oversight and
House.gov.
accountability. Like
Yeah.
the majority is the Republicans.
And then there's also one more website, and it is a self-proclaimed. Go read on the website. They're an anti-immigration organization. They have no numbers to prove that this is true, and I would dare you.
Well,
to
how do you
dive
know that?
in.
How do you? Hey, Pickles.
Wait,
How do you
wait,
know that the
listen
people
to him
that wrote
finish.
this?
He
How do
didn't
you? How do you
finish.
know the people that wrote this aren't pro-immigration?
The people in the
They're
house.
against. No, you're saying someone was anti.
The Republicans. The Republicans are not pro-immigration.
Republicans are not
No,
pro-immigration.
we are pro-legal immigration.
No,
No,
well,
you're not.
actually, no, you're not.
You guys are reversing legal immigration too.
Yeah, you are deporting legal permanent. You're deporting legal permanent residents. I mean, we can get into the numbers here. Let me just and Pickles. I sent this to you if you want to pull it up. This is the American Immigration Council. Again, this is math. Like math is math. I don't care if it comes from the Heritage Foundation. I don't care what think tank. I don't care what person who can do math does math. Math is just math.
I just had
Hold
to
on.
pause you for 1 second because this is the busiest part of my day, right before the bell. So just I'm listening to
Oh
everything
my
you say.
God. Then let's switch to finance after this. Because if you're pretending to be a traitor, then
I am a
and
traitor.
still supporting Trump, then you must be asinine.
Dude, if you're not going to listen
Why?
to us,
I love.
Yeah,
why?
if you
you've
can't
got-
talk
hey,
to us.
if you got things to do, I literally just made a whole point, and I don't feel like you were listening because you're
Yeah,
working.
you didn't
You want
listen
to
at
come
all.
back?
Will you accept me back?
Yes.
After the bell?
Yes. If someone
The bell
doesn't
rings
kick
at
you-
4 o'clock. All right, I'll be there. And Felice, if you want to talk about trading, you better study up on that. All right, I'll be back though. Okay.
On
Go on,
economic,
Git.
on mathematics. I
No,
don't need to
no, I'm
study
talking
on
about I'm
numbers.
talking about
Numbers.
the
That's the
market.
beauty of math. The data is on my
No,
side.
yeah, but I'm also.
No, we're going to talk about how Trump's harming the global economy through tariffs. That's what we're
Well,
going to talk
no,
about.
he's taking a page out of Adam Smith's book. The
I'm
Wealth of
scared for you.
Nations.
You're
Adam
not a
Smith's
very
book.
good trader if that's what you believe.
I'm an excellent trader. I'm an excellent trader.
Doubt it.
Why do you doubt that?
I don't know. I mean, every economist and think tank and Goldman Sachs, JP
Goldman's-
Morgan, everyone's on my side that tariffs are horrible. Let me just say this. After the China,
no.
let me just give you some math because you want to talk about the financial markets.
Felice,
Oh,
before I go,
no,
hold on.
you're already talking. Listen to
No,
me.
Felice. Oh my
Even
God!
when
you
you
won't let me
factor
get a
in the
word
UK
You won't
deal,
let me get a word in.
Stop. I let you talk this entire time. Even
Oh
when
my
you
God,
factor
look.
in the UK deal and the deal with China, we are still at a.
I'm not talking about
quoting the Yale.
tariffs.
Hold on,
I'm
listen
not
to me.
talking about
I'm
I don't
quoting
care
the
about
Yale
tariffs.
Budget Lab. I'm quoting the Yale Budget Lab.
I'm not
We are
talking
at
about tariffs when it comes to trading.
17.8% average
all right.
tariffs, which is still.
When I
The
come back,
last
I'm gonna
time
talk
they were
about
that
trading.
high was Smoot and
When I come
Hawley,
back, I'm
which
gonna talk
drove
about
us
trading.
into the Great Depression. No, you're not going to talk about anything that we don't want you to talk about.
Well,
It's nice to meet
I want
you.
to talk about trading with you. How this
No,
was
we're
the
not-
best market to trade in.
We're talking about Trump.
No, but you're talking about the stock
Oh,
market.
if you want to talk about market manipulation and how people who have available capital can profit, that is the problem. Like that's what you're not getting. Though that's how the transfers of wealth are happening. That's
Oh, but
let me
I'm
help
one
you.
of those people that I'm one
Since
of those people
1980.
that
Okay, so
benefit.
you're a nepo baby. It's like cool story. Like then cool for
No, I
you.
just
So since 1980 to 2022, $50 trillion has trickled down. Oh no, wait, it trickled up. Since the advent of Ronald Reagan, who had Alzheimer's, saying that things were going to trickle down if we just didn't tax rich people and corporations, $50 trillion has transferred up.
you challenged my
$50 trillion.
Okay,
Period.
okay.
That's
Fine.
what's
I'm
concerning to
talking
me.
about the markets.
60% of wealth is now inherited
I'm
and can't
talking
be
about
untouched.
how I trade
Yeah,
the markets.
let me tell you
That's
about
it.
the markets and how
Okay.
wealth is remaining at the top. Because of capital gains taxes being lower than the rate at which we tax wages, the money is remaining at the top of the economy.
Yeah, but all my
We are
clients are in
all
that
getting
bracket.
poorer.
All my clients are in that bracket, though.
Okay, so you're a guy helping rich people rob us all. That's cool. Keep going, man. I used to work in corporate America too, and I used to have to justify robbing the middle and lower classes of America too. I used to be right with you. I'm not
robbing. I'm not robbing them.
You are actively. Hey,
How?
whatever helps. I mean, you could, whatever you want to say. But after the bell, go make some trades for some rich people.
Well, no, I'm making trades for you too. I probably handle your retirement account. Hello?
Do we look like we have retirement accounts?
Why not? How old are you?
I'm 36.
I used to make money
You don't
in
have a retirement account?
No.
Well, I was going to answer you. I used to make a lot of money in digital advertising in the tech industry. I worked pre and post IPO for a huge social media company that through an NDA I can't talk about. But I was also SA'd while working there and then disappeared into South America.
That would never be allowed in my funds. So you would never be.
No,
SA.
you're asking me. I'm telling you how I
Want to
feel
come
about
work for me?
No, wait, I'm not done. But whilst I was in South America visiting actual communal societies and realizing like, oh, you know, what you have are golden handcuffs. You believe that your mediocre, actually less than mediocre consolidation of wealth makes you important. And I promise
you just said I didn't
that
know
the
about
older you
markets.
get, you will realize that the collective
50.
is more important.
I'm
I don't
50.
listen, I'm extremely capable. I made middle six figures comfortably. They called me the rainmaker. I'm very capable of generating revenue and capitalism, but that's not the issue. Even if I
You
made
just
middle
said- you
six
just said
figures,
to me,
listen to me. We're
Felice,
still
Felice,
all
Felice,
being
hold on,
robbed.
Felice.
We're still all being robbed by
Felice.
billionaires.
Okay,
You are
I
being
understand.
robbed.
I understand your
Okay.
I understand the way you think.
Mathematically,
You said to me,
we're all being robbed.
You said to me he's not good for the markets. Well, who's he not good for? Traders or for people that hold 401ks?
For Americans' future, financial future. Trump inherited a bull market, right? The
No,
cover of the yes, he did.
You know
Trump
what
inherited a
caused-
bull
you know-
market. Let me quote the Atlanta
okay,
Fed.
wait.
Hold on,
You
I'm
don't
not
have to
done.
quote- you don't
Stop
have
and
to
run.
quote
You
my
asked
friends
me a
at the-
question. Now
Wait,
you're getting the
let me-
answer
let me-
mathematically.
No,
let me help you with the actual answer.
Okay.
The
Oh my
economy
God.
when Trump, what we all actually thought, people who can do math.
All right.
We thought that Trump was going to get into office and just ride Biden's coattails. The economy was expected and projected to expand. There were supposed to be 3 more rate cuts by the Fed, by Jerome Powell himself this year. 0.25 percentage rate cuts. Money was supposed to be cheaper to borrow. The economy was going to grow. Manufacturing was projected to grow inside the US. Wait,
All right.
I'm not finished. Let me finish.
Oh, you're never finished.
All of that is now gone. It's what I like to call ballistic podiatry. Trump didn't have to do this in his effort to consolidate authoritarian power. He ruined the average American's financial future. It's unacceptable. But do I agree with you, Socrates, that if you're smart enough and you are trading with other people's capital, so you are basically robbing the average American, you are using people who have available capital and making them more money. You are actually helping the rich consolidate wealth. And the reason I left corporate America is because I no longer wanted to help. That's the truth. I couldn't look at myself in the mirror.
Okay, before I put you on mute again, is inflation a major hedge for the stock market? Is it? Felice.
Can be. It depends on what type of bet, what you bet you're placing.
No, what do you mean? It's a safe
What do you
haven.
mean?
It's a safe haven. What
Yeah,
was
I
our
agree.
inflation?
I agree.
What was our inflation? What was our inflation under Joe Biden?
At its
Okay,
lowest, 2.2.
let me help you with
What?
that. That was a world. That's what I said by ballistic podiatry. And like this is a non sequitur. You're talking about a worldwide pandemic of which we recovered the best in the G7. That's unfortunate circumstances we could not control.
What was the
And so wait,
CPI
I'm not
number in the
finished.
first?
And
What
someone
was the
no wait,
CPI number in the first quarter of
hold on.
2024?
You're talking about an unavoidable worldwide pandemic. Donald Trump could have sat on his hands, done nothing, and all of our retirement accounts would have grown. There's
Wait,
no pandemic. There's no
do you know
war.
that the market
There
was
is
over?
no
Do you know,
excuse for what Donald Trump has
Felice,
done.
you talk a lot. Felice, I respect you. You
Because
talk
you're
a lot, but
wrong.
let me get.
You're wrong about
No, I'm not
everything you're
wrong.
saying.
Felice, let me tell you something. The market's overvalued as it is today. It's trading
What
at
does that
3
even
times
mean?
its earnings.
What does that even
What?
mean?
It doesn't mean anything. That's
What
what
do you mean it doesn't mean
asinine
anything? Do you know
weirdos
what a
say.
bubble is?
It
Do
means
you know what a
yeah,
bubble is?
you sound asinine.
Why do I sound asinine? Because I know what I'm
Is it
talking
on
about?
its way back to
No.
be overvalued again after it lost value? Like, what does that
It's
even
still
mean?
no, okay. Do you realize when Trump won? Okay, on September 1st, the market was trading at 35,000. Okay, when the rumor of Trump winning the
Thought
election,
you had to go.
we build in prices in the stock market. We trade in 6 months in advance. We trade before Fed meetings. That's how we trade. Now, Trump's victory caused the market to go from 41,000 to 44,000 on nothing. That's a bubble. It was just based on his slashing regulations, basically.
Where's
And
it
he
at now?
It's at 42,000 right now.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
What?
Still
But
lower.
why is that bad? Why
Well,
is that
no.
bad?
Well, listen, I don't know where he went. I
I
didn't
just
do
kicked
that.
him. Shauna, Shauna's in the chat for kicking
Thank
him.
you, Shauna.
She
That's
says,
great.
"Can we kick him
Great
for the
job, Shauna.
week?"
Yes, we
Um,
could. We very much could. Well, I think he wants to talk. I think Socrates has not had anyone listen to him in a while, but I do think that was a boss move, Shauna.
Yeah, thank you.
Nothing's better.
Sounds weird.
But and like, let me just say something. This is someone not trading with their own money, trading with rich people's money, transferring capital to the top of the economy and saying, "Hey, this is a great idea. I'm bankrupting the average Americans." And let me just talk to you about the real grift here. Capitalism is a sine wave normally, but Trump has sped up that sine wave, right? Boom, bust, boom, bust. And in the bust, that's when the transfers of wealth happen. You have watched 5 times Trump has grossly manipulated the market since he's been in office. That's what he's doing, right? That with the tariffs, he's driving the markets down so rich people can then buy then, and it shoots back up when he lifts them, and then they all make money. Huge transfers of wealth are happening. None of us should be glad about it.
Yeah, I don't like. Don't we always? What is going on with my mic? Do you guys
Socrates,
hear that?
math is math. You are clueless. And believe me,
Test.
when I was in my 20s, I used to make excuses. I was fascinated by billionaires in the tech industry. I used to love going to get drinks with them, and I thought I was important too. You'll be disabused of that notion. You just need to grow up.
My mic sounds weird. What is going on? Is my
I don't know if it's
Test,
your
test,
sa-
test,
you
test,
mi- your sound you sound like
test,
sandpaper. You might be swallowing sandpaper.
I can't. Something's going on with.
Oh, it does. Maybe it is your mic. I heard
I
it
can't
then.
mute
I
myself
did hear
either.
that.
It's weird. Wow.
I thought it was like your sandpaper voice, but I do hear it now. It's like a little bit. It's kind of nice. It's like a little robot sound, maybe. Or someone had an alien, but an alien is this little alien robot like.
Socrates, I can't bring you back up because when someone pays a kick, you're gone for at least a day. I'm gonna try to restart my
Should
sound
we
software. It's definitely my my computer.
What sound software do you use, by the way? I'm trying to upgrade.
I use a mixer. It's called the Go XLR. It's about I think it's like $400, and it comes with a software that allows me to map out my sound.
You need to
the way
get
I
something
it.
like that.
A MAGA mixer. You're a mad. Da, 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 da. It could be that.
I know my sound is good because actually, when I met Pickles, Pickles has helped me. Pickles has taught me a lot about a lot. Honestly, technology,
That's
sound, all sorts of things.
I'm about
I
to be
love
a
learning.
TikTok agent, by the way.
And well, shut up.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, why aren't we all our own agents? Okay, to let me know when that's happening. Wait, I need to probably quit mine now. And so,
Let
because
me
don't you have to, you can't rejoin another agent. If anyone's like, what are you guys talking about? Like, if you do live streaming, you can have like a TikTok agency. And then, like, if you get banned or whatever, they can sort of like intercede for you or whatever. There's some different benefits. And I always wondered, like, why are we joining other agencies? Why don't we just create our own? What are the benefits of being an agency?
um you're basically managing a bunch of creators to, in TikTok's eyes, help them grow, and in return TikTok will pay you. So, and
Yeah,
you also
well, you
get
can
like
be
invited
mine.
to offline events and get like access to like uh like beta programs that TikTok rolls out. So before shipping all of the new features out to all of the creators, they'll give them to people part of these programs first to try it out. What is going on with my fucking sound?
I don't know. We could restart if we need to. Can we all tap the screen and get Pickles to 100K? We should be tapping, tapping, tapping. God, Socrates is smart and just I used to be just millionaires are closer in wealth to us than billionaires. It's not gonna work. But I get it. I used to be just like you. Yeah, Socrates, I thought like we were the first people you talked to. Now I hear you've been in every live all day long. That's a little depressing. I thought we were special. Are you muted now or can you speak? Because we can't hear you. Johnny Raid. I love Johnny. I love me a Johnny Raid. I love Johnny. Johnny is so awesome. Love Johnny deeply. I think Pickles is resetting some software and stuff. Everyone stay calm. Everyone tap the screen if you would like to talk about anything related to Trump. Making sound, working on sound. Okay. Pickles. Cucumbers. Did you guys know cucumbers are pickles before they're pickled? I sent you a message. Okay. I've said this many times. I know, like, I don't check my messages. It's an agreement I have with my therapist. I might check them soon. I'm feeling brave, but the reason if I'm not ignoring people, it's just I get a lot as a woman. You can probably imagine. I get a lot of D threats on the internet. So my therapist made me agree to stop reading them because it was harming my mental health. So it's not that I don't want to
Test.
know all the nice people that want to talk to me. It's just that I had to stop for a while because I was, hey, Dolphin, because I was in a bad place for a while due to some messages. I see Johnny is the absolute best, and I just love that you support him. I support him all the time. He's
Johnny, thank you
amazing.
so
Thank you
much
for
for the
being
raid. Welcome everybody.
amazing sound.
We got my sound back. Yeah, this is what happens when you kick the power cord. My bad, guys. We're back. We're back. Discord is great for reaching. Yeah, okay. Guys, I love y'all. Let's do some more debates. If you guys are a Trump supporter, hop in the box. Come tell me why you like Trump. If you're just joining, tap the screen. Let's get to 100K likes. Let's send this out to more people and get some more debates in here.
The arrow at the bottom right corner of the screen, just click on that arrow and then share the live with your favorite or least favorite Republicans or friends, because it will help us get to the For You page. Or if you don't have anyone, you're like, I don't know who to send this to, just push the copy link button and that counts as a share and it will help us get to the For You page. And yeah, tapping is clapping. Let's tap the screen. Let's get to 200K as fast as possible. We'll get some people in here. I know, like, I had a guy tell me he wanted to debate yesterday. Actually, we had a pretty good, I think he might be working, but I'll send a couple messages as well and we'll get people in here. Cootery mentioned this, but if you want to join my Discord, in whether you're watching on YouTube, Twitch, X, whatever, in my link tree, you can join my Discord. Copy and paste the link into your browser though, because for some reason, no matter how many times I've replaced that link, it seems like it doesn't work. So just copy and paste the link into your browser, join the Discord. That's probably a better way to get in touch with me. What else was I going to say? Oh yeah, wait, hold on. Let me check something. I never ask for weird things like this, but I have 199.7 followers. I almost have 200,000 followers. So even if you hate me, Socrates, can you follow me, please? Thank you. I would appreciate it. I need 300 followers and I'll finally get to 200K. It's only been like 2.5, almost 3 years of trying. And I've literally had like within 5,000 followers of 200K for like a year and a half. This is the closest I've ever been, so if you aren't following, thank you, Just a Dad. If you aren't following me, please follow me because I only need 300 followers. Even if you don't like me, just follow me. And then you'll know when I'm live and you can avoid me.
Also, chat, we have Cash App Venmos in our bios. If you guys are trying to support us, that's one of the best ways to do it. I also
Mine's
have
a
a
girl
very...
has no name. Like my account name, that's my Cash App and Venmo, which is
Do
true.
you have yours
This
linked
is
in
our
your
job.
link tree?
Yeah, it's in my link tree as well. But just like my account name is a girl has no name with 2 Z's, that's my Cash App and Venmo. But I don't think the link, like someone told me one of the links doesn't work directly. I would just search for my name. It's the same as my account name. But yeah, this is Pickles and my job. So like, yeah, we are basically temporary embarrassed never to be millionaires. Not like Socrates believes he's about to be rich. Like we are actually poor people. Starting a small business is hard.
I also
Very
would like to
hard.
make an announcement that I pulled this Pokemon card yesterday, and you should all be jealous. All right? Everybody bow in its aura. Okay?
God, I don't even know what that is, but it looks special. I mean,
Yeah. That's all you need to know.
is that what it is? So I love how Tanner already knows exactly what. You know what the most amazing thing was? We were like crying on my live. I do the People's Receipts 11:30 Pacific time, 2:30 Eastern, where I basically I used to be a teacher and we go through receipts and different things going on with Trump. We were looking at this protest that was going on due to the arrest in Newark of Mayor Ross Baraka, and New York City protests are the best. And Pikachu, this man in a Pikachu suit, was basically leading an entire protest for like 8 hours. I was like, I love America. Even the police were like, they're arresting other people. They're like, get
There
out of
you
the
go.
way for Pikachu.
Get out of here. Yeah.
Pikachu's marching down the street for 7 hours screaming obscenities about Trump. It was just beautiful.
All right. If you're a Trump supporter, hop in the box. Come tell us why you like Trump. I don't know. If you're on YouTube, come over to my TikTok.
MAGA
jump into the
leftists,
box.
you still have never come publicly to speak to me, even though I always see you in lives. This could be our chance to talk. I'm in a very nice mood. You always show up in lives and write in the comments. This could be our chance, MAGA leftists. We could meet. We could fall in love. Everyone, let's give MAGA leftists some encouragement to finally speak to me.
Maybe they're finally realizing they messed up.
This could be the start of a beautiful friendship.
Maybe I just might also have chicken on the way, guys, from Cane's. So I'm just trying to raise as much jealousy as possible in the shortest amount of time.
Does sound good. What the F is a MAGA leftist? That's what I want to know. That's
Bro
one
saw
of.
one video of someone saying that they're MAGA leftist. I swear to God, he's tagged me in it, and he changed his name to MAGA leftist. That's exactly what happens.
I just started seeing. I am very open minded. I'll find if we have common ground. I'll find it. But I just know MAGA leftist because I do see him in the comments of many lives I'm in saying things, and I've graciously invited him to speak to me many times. And for some reason, he never wants to meet me. We could have a lovely chat. I really am a nice person. Why don't you want to talk to me? Even Socrates liked to talk to me.
Are these blue light glasses or prescription? These are literally just sunglasses that I put on when I first got on because my face was swollen and I'm sick. I should probably just throw on my other glasses now, but yeah, these were a safety blanket. These were my binky this morning when I got on.
Fan, and I'm in the best mood today. So if you're like MAGA and you're like, I don't want to be yelled at by police, this is pretty much the most docile you will ever find me to do. I just had a great therapy session. I've reset. I did some meditation last night. Like I want to have a calm, meaningful conversation where we connect on what we agree on and we can respectfully disagree on other things.
I'd give 20 to see the pretty boy sit on the camera.
What?
What?
I don't know if that's for me or you, but
Like a
it
cake
sounds
sitting video?
very strange.
But with a camera?
We're all going to be S workers soon. I'm just what I do now with debates. If this recession continues on, if any MAGA men want me to humiliate them for money on OF, that will probably be the next iteration of my career. Where we all have to be S workers. That's where I'll be going. So also, if you want me to humiliate you for money, you can also message me because I think that's the natural progression of my career during the recession. What kind of S work will you do, Pickles?
I will do anything. I will stretch
Pickles is
things
open to-
out, like,
What?
and take pictures of them. I
No.
don't care. I just, ooh.
My God.
Yeah,
What?
I don't care.
Police.
Fuzzy, I haven't seen
been a
you
long time since
forever.
we've talked.
Don't make me be weird with you. I
heard S work and sitting on cakes for money. I'm like, I'm in. And I
We're
requested-
moving towards a recession, Fuzzy. You don't know what you'll do.
No
You're a
shame.
nurse. You're gonna work
I will.
through
I
the
will.
recession.
I will cake you. You want to pay me?
Well, I mean, I need to make money doing S work, but maybe I'm actually fascinated. I'm not sure. That's the first I've ever heard of that kink. Wait, what do you
The
do? You
splotch-
sit on a
the-
cake?
You know. Well, actually, you
I
guys
might
know.
do that. I'm not
you know
opposed to
Mr.
that.
Global?
Whoever's into that, I might do that.
Do you know Mr. Global?
Of course, yeah.
He's right into it.
Did he tell you that?
Oh yeah, yeah. We've talked about it many times. Splotching, sploshing, something like that.
Is
Yeah,
that the
oh, yeah.
name of it? It's
So we on Barristers Live we've called the Bunny Ranch, and yeah. It's a
oh,
whole
I know
thing.
what and it's sad because I know exactly where that is in the backwoods of Nevada, where it's legal to do S work. I know what the Bunny
Right?
Ranch is.
Yeah. So we've called there, and Manda has made friends with some of them. But Global was just like, wait, let's talk about the splashing thing. He'll talk about it with you openly. He loves it. The whole thought of it is.
I've hung out with Mr. Global on a couple occasions. He's a decent, good guy. I like
he
him.
is. Oh, I love Global. I love him to death.
Support his weird, no kink shaming from me. Whatever you like. You
I'll
do you.
shame him every day. I don't care. Don't get me wrong. I love me some Global, but I'll kink shame him every day.
I heard him talk about. I know I haven't seen you in like a year. I mean, I've seen you. I just haven't spoken to you. It's nice to see you. I'm just hanging out, trying to encourage MAGA to speak.
Yeah, that's been a challenge lately.
Yeah, if you're not following Fuzzy, I do recommend. He's amazing.
I appreciate that.
It's true. I don't say that. If it wasn't true, I would say it.
Biden shut down the pipeline and forced gas prices to. Guys, the pipeline was 8% complete. That's not a
Who
thing.
said Biden
Robert
shut
Howard,
down the
It's on
pipeline?
YouTube. It's on YouTube. And by the way, Robert,
Rob,
that
get up here.
pipeline was stopped during 2019 by Judge Brian Morris, and then further upheld the decision by the Supreme Court in 2020, which was Trump's Supreme Court during Trump's term. But go off, King. Go ahead and tell us how bad you are at research. Yeah, the pipeline still, guys, it's been 5 years and they still haven't Googled this. They just keep saying it.
That's just
It's so sad.
and even under like, has anyone heard Trump saying he's going to restart it? No, because it's not going to go any further.
Yeah.
And it never made it into the United States. Just for the heads up, it never crossed our border.
It's like the Keystone Pipeline is functional, right? Like we were talking about the Keystone XL, which was like an expansion.
Yeah, an express route for Canada to get their oil to our Gulf of Mexico and have it shipped off to China for refinement.
Yeah, explain how that was going to make gas prices cheaper. Explain how gas prices went up when it was never functioning. Like it's none of it makes any sense. They don't have a complete thought to give us on that. They just
sounds like me.
They're like little putty soldiers from Power Rangers. They're just going around screaming and blah 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 and waving their arms.
I like when Pickles is sick, he loses pay. This is the meanest you'll ever hear Pickles.
I know.
I was the nicest person. That's why it's like when Pickles is getting canceled, I'm like, if we're canceling Pickles, just wait till you see what I've done. Like,
I know. I was listening to
like this is ridiculous. Like some of us
miserable right now.
It's cute. You're fine. You sounded adorable when stuffed up.
He's like, fuck both of you.
I had a AFK thing. We might have some debates in the box.
Yeah, I was gonna jump. I was just coming up to say hi to Felice. It's been a minute, so
Hot
I love you,
minute.
Fuzzy.
Let's not wait another year, Fuzzy. Love you.
well. Do you follow me? I don't think you do.
What are you talking about? Is this a different account?
You know how many accounts
I
have?
follow you on this account. I'm pretty sure.
All right.
But I'll send you my phone number, and then like if
Yeah,
you want to
definitely do.
debate or hang out sometime, let's not be strangers because I enjoy your presence.
Thank you. Definitely do. I'll talk to you later. Bye, guys.
Fuzzy.
Bye, Fuzzy.
People love a nurse, people doing the Lord's work.
Yellow. Oh, okay. She wasn't here either. Oh my
We're so
God,
close.
Doug, love that Big Bang reference.
Big Bang is in how the world was formed, or Big Bang is in the show?
The show, soft kitty,
Okay.
warm kitty, little ball fur.
I do love you, Elaine. Nurses. I almost died 5 years ago. I talk about it. I was in a coma. That's when I really, truly realized, like, F doctors, nurses are superhero angels. I love a nurse, except for the MAGA ones who don't believe in science. Those, you are concerning to me. I know we can do it. Somebody join this live. We can have a friendly conversation. What's on my mind? You can tell me why it's okay for Trump to get a $400 billion plane, because in his words,
Because it's
not
the same as Hillary getting a
he needs the
$400
nicest
necklace.
he needs the nicest of everything. And Air Force One was 50 years old. It wasn't nice enough for him. So he needs to accept a bribe.
Yeah. And of course, he needs to take it with him when he's gone, too. That makes it
I
better.
love nurses. I see so many nurses identifying themselves in the comments. Like, you are true heroes doing the Lord's work, not, I
so
cannot
badly-
express my thanks enough.
I wonder what he promised in return. Yeah, countries don't go around just giving people $500 million gifts. There's definitely, like, could you imagine if we gave a country, if Trump gave somebody $500 million, if you guys are all talking about like Doge and being efficient and saving money, wouldn't you guys have something to say about that, or would you be cucks for it like you are with everything else he does? Wouldn't you want to know why he gave them $500 million?
I just typed some weird one letter, and I didn't mean to do that with that weird typing in the Discord. I'm trying to announce his purchase. Wait, what?
Yeah, they're like,
Sorry, I'm
what's
just
it a
trying to keep.
bribe for? What did we get in return, guys? How is it? Do you think it's always obvious that we get to see what he got in return? Do we like what we gave in return? Do we get to see it? Do you think
Listen
that
to this. This
maybe?
is 1 minute ago. This is interesting.
Okay.
President Donald Trump used a state visit to because he's in Qatar right now, right? On Wednesday, this is the country that's bribing him with the plane. And he said to announce a large purchase by Qatar Airways of Boeing jets. So Trump said the order was for 160 airplanes and claimed it was the largest order in Boeing's history. I want you to understand, Trump is, well, and we'll see if the order goes through or not, but like, I mean, what, so this is what, again, corporations and billionaires helping corporations and billionaires consolidate
Yeah.
wealth. This is not going to get any of us health care. It's not going to pay us a living wage. It's
That and
grossly rich people helping grossly rich people.
watch this also happened with every other country that Trump is threatening with tariffs. I bet all you have to do is give Trump like a $500 million plane, and maybe he'll take tariffs down and help your country's economy. That's something I can see happening too. Or if you make a $2 billion donation to his crypto coin, he'll take your tariffs down.
I
Lift
mean,
sanctions,
Qatar
yeah.
is a walk-in human rights violation. That is one of the most terrifying countries in the world. I see you're complaining again. I feel like Trinity, have we spoken? Come talk to us. I feel like
She's
I
a
feel
troll.
like I've
She's everywhere.
I know.
She won't.
I know. I think I met Trinity once and it was hilarious. Trinity, come say hi.
Can you imagine if Biden got $400 million of anything? You guys are crying because Biden's worth $10 million. Imagine
Because
if
he
got
made some
400
money on
million.
a book he wrote.
Yeah.
Can you imagine?
Yeah.
Imagine if Obama did one thing wrong. He wore a tan suit. Was born in America. We're still talking about this man's birth certificate. Like, can you imagine? This is what I want to know, like, or have a conversation about, especially like if there's so many people watching on YouTube, like just just join on TikTok and let's talk about it. But that's the real question is, if you can follow a line of logic, can you admit that the standards that you held Hillary to, Biden to, Obama to, that you don't hold Donald Trump to the same standard? Pickies, my little angel puppy. Hi.
Oh. Babe. My girlfriend brought me lunch and is taking pickles for the day because I don't feel like walking outside and being destroyed by allergies even more than I am.
You might need antibiotics because I have really bad allergies and then it got worse and it became walking pneumonia. So I'm just saying, if it gets worse, you might need some antibiotics. Because I'm just finishing my second round. I'm allergic to everything. Like I went to an allergist. They were like, we've never seen someone with this level of allergies. Like this is, thanks mother. Another thing you ruined.
Dolphin, thank you so
Am
much
I
for all these
gone?
great gifts. No, I can hear you.
Okay. Oh, that was such a cool gift that like I disappeared. Joby, my favorite. Joby, thanks for being here like always. Do you think we should restart, or we have 700 people in here? There has to be someone that wants. Is MAGA leftist still in here? MAGA leftist. There you are. Come on, please. Can I be oh, you're following me. I'm following you back, MAGA leftist. Is that your real picture? I don't feel like that's your real picture.
Chat, should I plug some ivermectin?
We're friends. I'm
Should that
friends
make me
with
better?
MAGA leftists.
If I plug some ivermectin, chat, what do you think that'll help me?
We're friends
MAGA?
now, MAGA leftists. Friends. friends forever. You never know if you just talk to me. A lot of people think I'm super nice. You'll never know if you don't try. Can we be friends? Yes, Jason, because you asked. Come on, man. I know you're thinking about it, MAGA leftist. This could be the start of a beautiful friendship where we find things we agree on. You never know.
Bleach does wonders.
This could be the moment, Pickles. Have you considered yet what bleach could do for you?
I have, sadly.
This might be the moment where it's time to inhale some bleach. Just consult Trump first. He knows the right thing to do. I do believe he said disinfect. I have read that quote over and over. You can do it. MAGA leftist, come on. This is the MAGA leftist bar. Sometimes you want to go where everybody knows your name. Sometimes you want to go where everybody knows your name. Remember that show? What was it called?
It's on the tip of my tongue.
Oh my God. Ted Danson. That's who it was. Ted, what's the show? Oh, Cheers. Thank you. Who said that? Lara Croft. Awesome name, by the way. Thank you. I was like, and they're always glad you came. Ted Danson. Did I say Ted? I said Ted Danson, right? Did I say another Ted? Sorry if I said it wrong, but I can picture his face. I just couldn't.
Make me think of Tony Danza.
Oh, did I say? I might have even said that. I don't know. It's like I could see his face. I was just saying words. Please friend me. Kenneth, what do I get if I friend you? Just kidding. Friendship is not based on receiving things. I did,
used to
Kenneth.
listen to a metal band called Tony Danza Tap Dance Extravaganza, and they're fantastic.
I could see that. This would be interesting to hear. I said Ted Dance. Okay, yeah. Ted Dance. I don't even know what's wrong with my brain. Whatever. I'm just barely hanging on. Don't listen to me. My therapist said I'm doing well, though. She said 2 years ago I was a mess.
I did get extra sauce, Snowman. I did. I got extra sauce. Yes.
Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Can we all get to 200K? Let's aggressively tap the screen. If you have any relationships with any MAGA people who might want to debate, let's share the live. I know somebody wants to talk to us. I feel it in my bones.
Oh, here we go.
I'm like in my best mode of all time. Like, this is, if you ever want to have a nice, friendly conversation with me, the time is now.
Hello? Mama?
Best friends, Chrissy. Best real life friends. We're doing well. We're looking for somebody. MAGA leftist is just about working up the courage to speak to me in person. You're going to watch. We might fall in love. No one knows. This could be our first meeting and the start of some sort of relationships that transcends political ideology. You never know.
Turn on the Google number. I can't with
Caffeine. This is the calmest I've ever seen Felice. That is true. I'm super calm. I had the best there. Well, first of all, Dr. Danny came and fixed us all yesterday, so that helped. And then I had a really good therapy session with my therapist, and it helped a lot. I got a lot of perspective. I'm really trying to not drag my past into the present and let my trauma send me into fight or flight. So, like, I'm consciously, actively working on being a person who I would want to communicate with. Did you hear that, MAGA leftist? You can request now. It's safe, I promise.
All right, Pickles. I came up for one reason and one reason only. When I checked the gifts and I looked to see exactly how much you get, I noticed that you only had 1,800 or 1,889K gift points. So I had to give you some more. This man is on for hours, people. Gift the heck out of this host. He is the most calmest, always brings receipts. And I am just so sick and tired of seeing this man not get the support and love that he deserves. I'm sorry to come up here with a little attitude, but please, y'all, good man. And you have Cash App and Venmo.
I do in my
All right,
bio.
we got a Cash App and a Venmo. If you could help support the live, also, Miss Lady down here, she also has a Cash App and a Venmo. Please help support small businesses. These are small businesses. And just to clarify, I noticed everybody's talking about Aaron Parnas. I just want to make a clarification. They're not coming after him for his journalism. No, they're
Wait,
coming after
what's
him
going?
because
I
Lev.
have no idea. Well, can you
Yeah.
explain just so I because I don't know what's going on. Period.
Oh,
Is his dad?
they're saying, oh, you're writing negative things. They're starting to go after him. The administration
Writing
is
what? Like writing? Oh,
bad
never
things
mind. Okay,
about
you're
Trump.
saying that. Okay, yeah, because yeah. So the Trump administration is targeting him. Okay, got that.
Right.
Yeah.
So, just to clarify, guys, it's not anything that has to do with his journalism. It is because Lev Parnas is his father, and he wrote a very scathing book. And if you guys know the documentary From Russia with Lev, that is the reason why he is currently going after him. And if African Knight's in here right now, thank you to African Knight for clarifying that for me. But hi everybody. I just because it clicked in my brain after he said it. I was like, yep, Trump's revenge mission.
And just, I mean, just to give some people, because I think that's probably not a lot of backstory for a lot of people. So when Trump originally tasked Rudy Giuliani to go to Ukraine to find dirt on Hunter Biden, he took Lev Parnas with him. That is why Lev Parnas eventually went to
He's just like a guy, right?
yeah.
He's just a
who can
guy.
speak Ukrainian and has contacts.
He was Ukrainian.
I mean, and Lev Parnas is a fascinating. I mean, the amount of receipts the man has are fascinating. Like
He video records everything.
Oh, I mean, he's smart. I mean, this is
Yeah.
a person when Trump, like, let me give you an example of how much I could do a 5-hour live on things I learned from Lev Parnas that interest me, but here's the most fascinating one. Remember how I always talk about one of the reasons, like MAGA's always like, all these brown people keep showing up at the southern border. Well, one of the biggest, if not the biggest, let's say top 2 reasons is Trump tried to do a failed coup in Venezuela. Well, who was tasked with rehoming if they in fact succeeded and Maduro was displaced? Lev Parnas was looking for a place to essentially put him. Like, I mean, this is the type of stuff Lev Parnas knows about Trump, and the reason that Trump no likey Lev Parnas. But he's facts. Love
and
you.
Therefore, he is going after his son to get revenge on him.
Yeah, if you guys haven't watched it, From Russia with Lev is a fantastic documentary. It's really
produced by
eye-opening.
Rachel Maddow.
It is
Actually,
really
there's 2
eye-opening.
more that you guys should see. I've been Trumped 2, as in TOO, not the number 2, just to clarify for any MAGA that, tend to get things confused. And also, and I know this is weird because it is a movie, but go and see The Apprentice.
Yeah, it's good too.
One more thing, and I'm gonna look again to see exactly how many gift. All right, Pickles here only has 7.73K. You have any idea how much that is? That is like $7. Come on, guys. You guys can do a little bit more. Help Pickles out. I know you guys can. It's like, what, middle of the month? All right, look, I'll start it off. All right, here we go. Let's see here. Let me find something cool. All right, here we go. How about a little Cooper's Picnic? Yay!
Oh my gosh, thank you.
All right, I left it off. Let's go. Gift for yourself, why don't you? Because I'm not on here for the gifts, honestly. I came on here for political to learn more stuff about politics because at the time I was not involved. And then my lives became about music, dancing, fun, and movies. Because
Love that.
mental health matters, physical health matters. I am a recovering addict as well. 12 years, January 6th of this year. So I do know
Congrats.
also addiction. Pickles, if you'd ever like to talk, I'm here.
Thank
I don't
you.
know I don't know if you're up to speaking about that with somebody you don't know really, but I'm here.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
And I'm always here for you, Felice. I love you guys. Everybody, before I leave, if you are not following the host and you're enjoying the debates or any kind of education that you are currently getting, please follow the host. And if you are not currently following Felice, she is wonderful at education. She does all of her own research, and I don't know how in the world the woman does it, because she takes care of her father as much as I take care of my mother. She has onset dementia and can't walk all that great. So I know how hard it is for the both of you. And I am very sorry for the situation that you are in, Pickles. But that's neither here nor there, because let's not even bring that shit up. So once again,
Are there people in the box?
Before I,
I'm not a mod on this live. Can I be a mod, by the way?
Yeah.
Not that I will do anything
Yeah,
with
say
that
something
power,
in chat
but
real
just in
quick.
case. That way I can see. Oh, yeah, good point. So I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you, Dolphin. I apologize.
That's okay.
That was my weird ADHD doing something
I
inappropriate.
know how it is when,
Sorry, I saw someone make a comment saying there were two people in the box, and I just repeated it out loud. Oh,
one of
duck
them's a
on your
friendly,
head.
one's a
Is it
friendly,
to
and one I'm
Russia?
not sure.
I thought it was from Russia with Lev.
Yeah,
Is
from
it
Russia
to
with
Russia?
Lev.
Yeah, it's from.
And it's LEV.
Yes. Okay. Now, before I leave and I give you a we, please, one more time, Cash App Venmo in his bio. If you are enjoying, please join Discord. Do you have to be a sub to join Discord,
No.
Pickles?
No.
Okay. If
That's
you can,
from
join
Russia
this
with
link tree.
love.
Join Discord. You get some wonderful information there also. I unfortunately do not have your Discord, and whenever I try to go through the link, it says that the action cannot be completed. I've asked your moderators to please send me a link multiple times. They keep telling me to do
Are
the
you talking to me?
No, I'm talking to Pickles. I already got
okay.
yours from
You
your
just
mods.
copy and paste it. Yeah, you just, but also just copy and paste it into the browser. Like it has to
It's
do with
not
them.
even letting me go in it to copy it from his link tree.
Let me send you the actual.
Probably so many people are
link.
trying to
I have
join.
my link is custom. It's discord.me/picklesggs. I'll type it out.
That is a special one.
It's permanent. Well, so
Okay, yeah. Do me a
Well,
favor,
I
just
keep
send
trying
it.
to make permanent links. They don't work.
and Douglas,
can-
thank you so much.
It's
for
one
the
of the many
$10
things I need
donation.
you to explain to me how to do.
Yes. See, I'm doing stuff for you, Pickles.
Thank you. Look at you,
Thank
Dolphin, fundraising extraordinaire. Thank
W.
you so
Douglas is
much,
in the
Dolphin,
chat.
and I appreciate you, and also your positivity. Thank you for being a light in the world, because it's a dark time for many people.
Felice, one of these days you gotta pop into my live and see what you did.
How do you know I
caught
don't?
That Fact Still Matters jumped in the other day. I was like, oh.
Wee. I did it for you. Thank you guys so much for all the gifts. I feel like I was gonna say something.
Someone says,
I'm gonna change my Discord.
Someone's asking, how do I donate? This is how you donate. This is my link tree in my profile, and then here's my Venmo, and PayPal, and Cash App. Those are the 3 ways you can donate to me. Or if you go on YouTube, you can do super chats. And I'm trying to find a way to send Dolphin. I'm gonna have to Dolphin, if you can inbox me so that I can reply to it. Guys, inbox me on my TikTok if you want me to send you a link to this Discord.
What is going on? Am I not live on YouTube? I just realized. Hold on. What is going on? I'm live on subs. Hold on. Sorry. Yeah, and my Venmo and Cash App is a girl has no name, just like my. You can go in my link tree, whether you're watching from Twitch, YouTube, wherever. You can go in my link tree, and then it's just like A girl has no name like my account on here with 2 Z's. And also, if you follow me, I only need 300 followers to get to 200K.
Chat.
So if you're not following me, thanks to the person who just followed me. Appreciate it. Follow me.
And
Even if you hate me, keep an eye on me.
WFax for the $10 as well. Let's go. Oh my God, Brielle, thank
Facts
you
so
for the $10
matter.
as well.
Amazing.
Yes, Brielle, thank you for this. Thank you for the $10 as well. Thank y'all so much. I also donated $50 to a nonprofit this morning for people struggling with addiction and alcohol abuse, and I appreciate you guys helping me do that.
The hardest thing I ever did in my life was stop drinking. So I just can't express enough how tough that is and how I support anyone who's going through that. And also just want to say, like, even if you stop drinking and then you relapse, like, it's okay. Don't beat yourself up. Like, you can get there, right? Like, everything's going to be okay. I understand the struggle. Just keep going. Like, right there with you. In therapy. 19 months and counting. Awesome, K-Mac.
Congrats. That's great.
Someone told me to unblock them and you'll follow me again. Okay, I'll unblock you. I don't even remember why I did block you. So
Cootery. Cootery says I just opened a beer. Good for you, Cootery.
Yeah, and if you can drink responsibly, that's awesome. I just can't. Jelly. Super jelly.
Oh my God, Meredith, thank you for the $10 as well. You're good people. Thank you so much.
Look at all these sober people. Amazing.
Thank you, guys. I wish we had debates, though.
I know. Do you think if we restart the live, it will help? We could restart the live.
Maybe.
See if we can.
I'm on my last notification on YouTube, though. Dude, Joseph goes Tony Danza Tap Dance Extravaganza mentioned. Bro, the fact that you know who that is way baller. Such a good band.
I am literally. They will come. I would wait. They are hiding.
Just teach us stuff. We should just have like a day where, I mean, that's what Felice does. If you guys just want to learn stuff all day, you watch Felice's streams. They're amazing.
The People's Receipts, 11:30 Pacific time, 2:30 Eastern. Unless I'm here hanging out with Pickles or doing something else. Yeah. I used to be a teacher. We talk politics, but mainly it's just receipts. Like, I like to say it like I feel like knowledge is power, and I'm a pretty good teacher. So I give people the receipts they need to feel sane. As you're feeling control and sanity slip away, and you keep hearing MAGA and your weird family spew a bunch of lies. Like, my goal is to provide the receipts to keep you sane.
Mermaid, what's
literally, it's just a sanity check every day. Normally I'd be doing it now, but Pickles and I wanted to spend some time together.
Lisa with the $5. Thank you so much, guys. I love y'all. Thank you for your support. And Amy, thank you for the awesome gifts. Yeah, the people's receipts are everything. Before I debated, I watched Felice for like a year and a half. So that's why I even stand a chance talking to MAGA. Susan with $50 on PayPal. What the fudge? Heavens to Betsy. W. Susan's in the chat. And don't forget the broadcast. Yes. I've been watching Felice for 2 years now, I think. Yeah, I know. I feel like I have a PhD in foreign and geopolitics and domestic politics.
I'm talking and I'm muted. Lisa, thank you for the $5. You're amazing. Thank you for being our friend. Thank you for being my friend. I appreciate it. More than you know. You're amazing. You're all amazing, Lisa. Gosh, Gumps really used to watch my lives with Nemo. That's like some old time stuff. Who knows? Hope Nemo's alive out there somewhere. Who knows? No one knows.
Yeah, I still haven't gotten a
Miss
text
him.
back from Parker either. Lord knows where he's at. Apparently, he's supposed to come back a changed man. I'm gonna say he has a buzz. That's what my guess is.
Wait, Parker, Dean and Parker.
Yeah,
Like he took a 5 and is supposed to come back a changed man. Is that
Yeah,
what you're saying?
I think so.
Okay. Well, I think he's got a sweet spirit. Do you know what I mean? Like it's hard. Like it must be hard growing up on the internet publicly because it's just like if I was yelling like the stuff I thought when I was in my 20s, no one would like me. You know, like it must be hard. Just like that kid is a decade ahead of I was. I was. So, oh, there's MAGA left. MAGA left. Is this it? Or are you requesting? Am I a mod? Can
You are.
I help? Wait, how do I? I literally still don't know how to get people to join the live. Oh my god, it's so sad. I just
I don't know how
ran
to
a
do
live.
the phone stuff. Yeah, I don't know how to do the phone stuff.
I thought I know the phone stuff is so different than TikTok Studio. People yesterday I did a live from my phone and people were like, "Update your gift goal." I'm like, "I would if I knew how. I don't." So don't tell me to do that. I actually did figure it out. I learned a lot yesterday.
Someone says my Facebook memories are so embarrassing, I delete them. I have been looking at my Facebook memories too, and they're not good. They're not good. Yeah, I would be canceled if someone saw my old Facebook posts.
Why is this all of a sudden drooping down? Okay, there we go. We're good. MAGA left is you were so close yet so far. We could just have a friendly conversation. Why do you not want to talk to me? You always talk near me, but never to me.
Chat, I'm gonna be transparent with you guys. I ate a half a pound of ghost pepper beef jerky last night, and
God.
it's really taking a toll on me.
Is that where you were when you were walking away?
Yeah, half a pound, guys.
Oh my God.
We passed a Buc-ee's. We had to stop. Yeah, that'll do it. Bidet working overtime. Chat. I do have a bidet. Proud to say it.
You can get the like attachment on Amazon. You know, like it's pretty. It's what the rest of the world is doing.
I bet you could breathe for an hour. Yeah. Do I have stomach lining? I don't know. I don't know. I'm probably having similar movements that people who took ivermectin are having. Probably not a parasite in my entire body now. Beaver nuggets. What are beaver nuggets? They're like little chunks of beef jerky. No tax and overtime is in tax bill? I don't think it is. None of that's in there.
What? No tax on tips isn't going to be a thing, even though I
Yeah.
had to listen to every MAGA person say they voted for Trump for no tax on tips, and somehow that won't be part of this budget. I'm shocked.
Yeah. No tax on ticks, no tax on overtime, no tax on social security. None of that stuff's in there. Shocker. Shocker, chat. Oh, no.
Where are all
Dang,
the
never saw
MAGA
it
people that
coming.
said they voted for Trump for that? Are you
Never-
upset about
Never
that?
saw it.
or-
Trump promised the whole world that everyone's like, everybody lies. Like, dude, what?
Not only is there no tax on, or not only is there not, wait, am I double not no tax on overtime, but Trump's making it harder to get paid overtime, period. Also, people making under 30K will have increased taxes. It's not just people making under 30K. If you don't make 360,000 or more, you're getting a tax increase. I have studied the tax plan. If you don't make 360,000 a year, you will be paying more in taxes. It's just the weirdest thing. And I don't know if I live in a swing state. And I don't know if anyone knows this because sometimes I think like I used to work in advertising. So I know you guys are probably seeing different things. But if you live in a swing state, if you're in Pennsylvania or any of these other swing states, have you started to see the ads Trump's running? They're already running ads. It's basically like small business owners saying Democrats are trying to raise our taxes. Like, it's insane. Like, are you joking? Unless you're making over 360,000 a year, you are getting a tax increase. Like, this is insane. But these ads, I would say, like every other commercial I see in Arizona. Do y'all remember when Paula White was selling angels? Can I play the video? Because I have the latest. No, the parody of Lysandra Vasquez of Paula White. And I also have videos of Paula White. Maybe I'll find the real Paula White video after you hear this. I just want you to know, if you think that this is an exaggeration, then just you don't know who Paula White is. If you're like, who the F is Paula White and why are you talking about her? She is Trump's spiritual advisor from the White House Faith Council. And you're like, oh, Trump picked a woman. A lot of Christian nationalist male pastors are really upset about it. So I do kind of love watching them like just hate on her. Charlie Kirk even hates it. But like, I'll tell you why he picked Paula White, because her grifting knows no bounds. Like, if you watch the People's Receipts, like I've played clips of her, like she tells people like, God won't love you if you pay your electric bill before you give me $1,000 every month. Like, when I say I've never seen someone match Trump's level of grifting in my life until I watched Paula White. She's like, you don't need to pay your rent. You need to pay God. And by God, I mean me. Give me $1,000 and then God will help you find the money to pay your rent. Like, it's insane. Hold on now. Let me just, but you know, this Lysandra Vasquez, if you're like, who the F's that? That's the woman that parodies Caroline Leavitt, the White House press secretary. Well, she did this Paula White impersonation. That was amazing and surprisingly accurate. And again, if you're confused why she starts chanting, Paula White speaks in tongues. I was raised in Pentecostal evangelicalism. My malignant narcissist mother used to start speaking in tongues to me to try to scare me. Like, if you don't know what speaking in tongues is, that's where the Holy Spirit, which is 1/3 of the Trinity, gives you a special language with to mutter incoherently, and that is allegedly a special language between God and that person or whatever. I don't know. Anyways, this is Lysandra Vasquez's impression of Paula White, Trump's White House Faith Council leader or whatever.
And I'm here on behalf of the president to wish you all a happy Mother's Day weekend. As a mother myself, I know that being a mother is the biggest blessing besides finding the divine father and serving our country. Motherhood should be embraced by everyone. So we are going to hold you in prayer for every woman to find a perfect man. Let's pray. Dear Heavenly Father, please allow every biological woman to find a biological man. Please allow them to procreate as many times as possible as you will have it, Lord. Allow them to have just as much financial abundance as President Trump is going to bring into the Golden Age. Africa, Africa. Close the borders, close the borders, close the borders. No immigrants, no immigrants. Eating the dogs, eating the cats, eating the cats, eating. Give us money, give us money. God bless America, God bless America. Trump, 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 Trump. Mega, 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 Mother's Day. Sometimes the Lord takes over. I know you can feel that the Lord is with us in this room. All you have to do is send $3,000 to receive that blessing. Today, for you and your mother, you can get it shipped via a Trump Golden gift card, and that's available on the White House website. God bless you. God bless America, and you become a mother again.
No, that's okay. So that's Lysandra Vasquez doing an impression of Trump's White House faith leader. It's what Paula White does is worse than what you just heard. It's much worse. And yes, she regularly tells people, if you want the Lord to love you, then you pay me before you pay your electric bill or you pay your rent. Like, she uses the prosperity gospel. Like, you owe God money first, and by God, she means her. and then you like will be rewarded after that, which ironically I actually have videos of her doing this. I should find one so you guys know that's not an exaggeration. That actually was the calmest impersonation you will ever see of Paula White. It's much scarier how she yells. It's terrifying. Like she like paces around and screams at people. I have the best videos of Paula White speaking in tongues, but it's like people are like, "Why is she screaming like that?" Oh, that's the saying. That's quite normal. Oh god, I found it. Hold on. I'm just ew. Wait, no, that's a white nationalist. That's the wrong. Here we go. Oh yeah, here's an example. God, I'm sorry in advance. This is the real Paula White screaming at people to give her money.
If you hold your peace, if you do not participate, if you hold back now, if you miss this moment, there will be enlargement and deliverance for God's people and his purposes. But God can't use you. He doesn't use spectators. He uses participators, people who say, yes, I partner with you, God, and through you, I'm being raised up for such a time as this. I declare, do not miss your moment. You're in a position for such a time as this. Go forward boldly into your destiny in the courage and the spirit of Esther. So what are you going to do? You see, I have to be obedient to God. And you must sacrifice in some way during this prophetic season, because it's through sacrifice that your spirit opens up so wide that you can receive divine direction. This is a deliverance seed that needs to be sown now, to be in position, to see increase, to activate God's promises. And if you're able, I challenge you to sow $133 because we sow in accordance to the word. I love to get a word from God and put my faith with it. And 133 stands for Proverbs 133.
Can I get an amen?
Recognize Miss Johnson for 5 minutes.
Just 133 stands for Proverbs
Guys.
133. You guys just give her 133 to praise the Lord.
And guys, let's get $50 donations
You
for
guys, why don't I have more donations like Paula White does? I can't grift on that level.
guys. One tap equals one dab of preparation H for my butthole.
Because if you give me $5, the Lord will bless you. That's how I'm a representative of the Lord Jesus Christ on earth. Give me $5 and then God will multiply that 10x so that you can pay your rent. That's how it works. I learned from Paula White. And that's actually one of her like smaller demands from grifting. Like she'll be like, don't pay your electric bill. I need to find the clip. She'll be like, if you don't pay God before you pay your electric bill, why would he bless you?
Guys, one tap equals one prayer for my Carolina Reaper stomach lining. And $1 is one blessing from Jesus for the bidet
Praise him.
touching the bideting of our sins off of our buttholes.
Oh my God. I have so many. Oh, this is Paula White speaking in tongues. This is not a joke. This is the leader of the White House Faith Council. Prepare yourself.
Every enemy that is aligned against you, let there be that we would strike the ground, for you will give us victory, God. I hear a sound of abundance of rain. I hear a sound of victory. I hear a sound of shouting and singing. I hear a sound of victory. I hear a sound of an abundance of rain. I hear a sound of victory. I hear a sound of an abundance of rain. I hear a sound of victory. The Lord says it is done. The Lord says it is done. The Lord says it is done. For I hear victory, 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 victory in the corridors of heaven, in the corridors of heaven. Victory, 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 victory. For angels are being released right now. Angels are being dispatched right now. Amanda aka ata raka teda baka sanda ata ambo osa kata rite eke banda ata rike didi ashata. For angels have even been dispatched from Africa right now. Africa right now. Africa right now. From Africa right now. They're coming here. They're coming here. In the name of Jesus. From South America.
Trump does not want the angels to come from Africa or South America. I don't know why. Not those angels. Trump would like the white angels only. Just the white angels. Just to clarify. Just the white angels.
She's the
no
head
brown or black angels. Please.
So Trump started an anti-Christian bias task force for the federal government. This lady leads it. Trump did that. Do you think maybe this lady donated a little something to Trump?
Just the white angels. Again, I'm asking just the white angels.
And she's selling $1,000 prayers.
They're coming here. They're coming here. From Africa, from South America. Angelic forces, angelic reinforcement, angelic reinforcement, angelic reinforcement. Hika hata anda ata ora bata rata ande eke eke manda rasata. For I hear the sound of victory. 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 I hear the sound of victory.
Again, that's just the white angels, not the brown and black ones. Just the few white angels.
And let me play this.
Like you to come.
Let
not
me play
brown
this.
or black angels.
Let
Thank
me
you.
play. Have you guys? Are y'all on Italian brain rot TikTok? Because that's what this makes me think of.
Bananucci, monkey, ucci. Trippi troppi, troppa trippa. Tre topi trotterellano. Tra tromboni
This is the same thing.
Bombardiro crocodilo. Un fottuto
Scimpanzini
alligatore volante
bananini.
che vola e bombarda i bambini a Gaza e in Palestina. Non crede in Allah e ama le bombe. Tung 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 sahur.
Same thing. Same exact message.
Hey, just follow Italian brain rot. You don't have to do all this donating, guys.
Sure, no brown or black angels come to America. I just again want to clarify, we are not talking to brown or black angels, just the white ones.
Oh my gosh.
It's real. No, that's real. You think that is the one of her saner sermons? I have 20 clips. I love Paula White's sermons. I was making fun of her, and then I walked by my dad, and he was watching her on YouTube genuinely. Like, I live in hell.
Lexi says, what side is this, guys? Italian brain rot. You have to be on that side of TikTok. You're welcome. You got to go watch it. One of my favorite things that my girlfriend shared with me this week was Italian brain rot. Goddamn. I just donated $138 to Italian brain rot. You, ramen, chat. Can we get a ramen in the chat to Jim and I?
Praise the Lord. The Lord is working through us, is what we just learned. Praise
Amen.
Him.
Amen.
Oh my God. I do not that God, just, you know, I have one more thing the Lord would want me to share with you all. It's super important. So there is oh my God, I don't want to get it wrong. Hold on, because I'm going to butcher it. A man just put out an album. He is I think he's in here we go. Far-right Christian nationalist, Michigan State representative. So he's in the Michigan State House of Representatives. Josh Shriver, he did release an album. I did play this on my live on the People's Receipts Abade. I just want you guys to hear his first single off his Christian Nationalist album. If you think that your brain doesn't feel good right now, just everyone, I'm sorry in advance. Again, this is Josh Shriver. He's a Christian Nationalist, Michigan State rep.
Call on your God. You got to call on your God. I'm not talking crazy. Cracker the day like AV. Jesus came to save me. Shout out to the AP. Get your credits done before you turn 18. Go to Ivy League. It's okay to read. I might just have to go walk a bella. I might just have to go ahead and let it rip. What did you come to do? What did you come to do? Aw, shucks. You You didn't have to bring any food. I've come to let it rip. We're in a predicament. We've all sinned. How can we make amends? Jesus died, then he rose again. It's not a lie. It's good news, my friend. The good news is the gospel, and the gospel is Jesus Christ. He came and he died and he rose again. If you don't believe, then I'm not really sure why, and I don't think that you could even have a good reason.
I mean, what could go wrong? You're doing such a great job. I don't know why. I'm sure that will.
This is
Sorry.
my theory. Like, if you're part of a like gospel group like
He was
this,
spitting just a minute, Pickles. He was
that
spitting.
makes music. If you're part of a church, you get all of the like the wrong people gassing you up. So like, if you're a horrible musician like that guy, everyone still probably just gasses you up like, this is God's work. This is great. And he's probably like, yeah, I'm going to spend the rest of my life doing this. You know how horrible and how much of a disservice that is?
A real friend would be like, don't ever do that again. This should be a crime. I feel like you assaulted me with that song, and I don't ever want to hear it. And they're just like, yep, sounds great. Drop that beat.
No way Jesus is coming back after hearing that. So true.
Jesus is like, I'm good. I'm going to stay dead.
Tanner, oh, you didn't mean to come up? Oh, okay. Laura Trump and her singing. Oh my God, chat. Have y'all seen
I
that?
have that somewhere too. I do have that.
That's real bad. Guys, are we just doing a hangout stream today? Yeah.
I don't know what is happening. Why does no one want to talk to us about politics? I'm so confused.
We might have somebody.
I'm in the best mood of my life.
Don't get me wrong, chat. There are some great Christian bands out there. But
Well, that's why Hillsong was so.
Christian.
I mean, while they were covering up their 3 PDOs, right? Like Hillsong, that's how they drove everyone in. You know, Hillsong. If you haven't seen the documentaries, that's the church that Justin Bieber became a part of. Like, and then it turns out there's a lot of 3 PDOs involved in it. But they made beautiful, amazing music. Yeah, music is what draws people in. That's the hook.
They just so happen to be good musicians, though, right? Like. It's not like all church musicians are bad. It's like there's a lot of bad ones. But like there's like a few metal bands that I listen to that are Christian that are really good. But I don't care. I don't care for the Christian parts of their song. Flyleaf? I didn't know they were Under Oath. Under Oath is one of my favorite bands of all time. Extremely Christian. They're not even Christian anymore though. After going on tour. Yeah. Striper, I've never even heard of Striper. Devil Wears Prada, that's right. POT, oh my gosh. The devil controls the demon rap party. Imagine thinking that. Silly stuff's real. Dax Pepino?
My God.
No.
If you don't follow Right Wing Watch, I don't think I'm not suggesting anyone get on X for your mental health, but this is the craziest account. I just continue to just.
August Burns Red is
Oh my God, hold
Christian?
on. I just think here's one. Far-right pastor E.W. Jackson says that transgender people are blasphemous and rebellious, quote unquote, I'm quoting him, for thinking God put them in the wrong body. Quote unquote, the devil was the first trans. I can't even listen to this.
I am not satisfied.
Oh wait, sorry, that was the middle.
God's just messing up all over the place and putting guys in girls' bodies and girls in guys' bodies. I mean, you realize how blasphemous that is, how rebellious that is. You know, I'll share this with you and you preachers watching me out there. You can use this. The devil was the first trans.
That's the best he's got.
Was the first being to say, I am not satisfied with what God made me to be, an angel. I believe I was made to be something else, and that is God.
Now, I just want everyone to know, this is a black man Black, black people have been oppressed and refused the ability to self-actualize inside America, and now he's targeting another oppressed minority group and denying them the right to self-actualize. Very interesting.
Name of God is not
Strange.
Christian, chat. By the way, name of God is definitely not Christian.
Praise the Lord.
Their first band name used to be called Burn the Priest.
What?
Yeah.
It's I'm not clear what that message means. Hey, Abby.
Hello.
Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, are you a Trump supporter?
I would say I'm like center right.
Okay.
Cool.
So did you vote for Trump?
Yeah.
What do you like about Trump?
It was less what I like about him and more what I hate it from the other side.
All right, tell me what you got.
Um, I would say it's mostly like it just felt like a fresh start. Like Democrats, it just feels like same playbook over and over again. And in my
Creating
mind, it's like,
jobs, doing awesome stuff for the economy.
is it doing awesome stuff for the economy?
Aggressive
Do we
tax
have all-time
plans are the
high
worst.
inflation?
Yeah, that's not from the Democrats though. I know like Trump spent 4 years trying to convince people that it was Democrats' fault, but no one actually has the receipts on that. Like, do you have the do you know
That
what we did to make inflation?
Yeah, that's true. But the problem is Biden went on stage and was bragging about having lowest inflation rates or doing really well with inflation.
We did the best in the world.
That's true, but compared to other countries, that's true.
Yeah.
I
That's the
think
only
when
way we
people
can compare
were
it. Yeah.
not doing well in their life, like not being able to afford groceries, and then this guy is coming on stage and being like, "Hey guys, we're doing the best."
Yeah,
You're complaining. That's actually you're actually spoiled.
well, Trump was going around telling everybody that we're becoming like a third world country and stuff like this. So I guess like it's really a matter of perspective. So yes, for us to look around and say who's doing better than us, how can we gauge our success or failures? If the only person saying we're failing is Trump and the rest of the world is envying our economy, I think it's a weird thing to be like jealous or upset, and also for people to blame Biden on that what's it called? The inflation is silly. There's no proof. In fact, there's nothing but like good things that Biden did for the economy. Monumental legislation, things that helped us grow and have a
Yeah,
soft
like
landing.
CHIPS Act, Inflation Reduction Act,
Yeah.
all that good stuff. But the problem is messaging is not there.
So like people are easily fooled by messaging. So what we're talking about is the nuances and what the truth is.
I mean, here's the difference. Biden didn't start the worldwide pandemic, right? And neither did Trump. I just want to acknowledge that because I also don't blame Trump when he was in office for the pandemic. That was something out of any of our control. It was a catastrophic, hopefully, drop it, flash and pan we're never going to see again. I mean, fingers crossed, right? And then unfortunately, that devastated the worldwide economy, coupled, and we could talk about inflation because inflation's nuanced. There were multiple factors. It wasn't just that, right? There was the Ukraine-Russia war, the disruption in supply chain, lack of labor, dock workers, several things affected the supply chain and raised inflation. But none of that did Biden cause. The difference is, right, Biden recovered the best in the G7 from a worldwide pandemic no one can control and other factors. And Trump inherited an economy that was expected to expand, not contract, a bull market that was expected to grow. We were looking at 3 interest rates cuts in this year. And Trump cratered it all for no reason. And I mean, the difference is there's no pandemic. There's no emergency. We can
actually look today and say, here are things that Trump did to make grocery prices go up. The same thing you were upset about Biden, but we can even like connect the dots on how he made grocery prices go up. We have a thing where Trump literally did a thing to make grocery prices go up and all goods prices go up permanently.
Yeah, I mean, it's very hard to, support Trump now, but I'm just talking about during election time. What, what made me vote for him. But now
So
it's like, I mean,
yeah.
if I knew he was gonna do all this now, I mean, probably not,
But
probably
let's
not
do
wouldn't vote
because
for him.
that's fair. Sound you I'm gonna follow you. You sound like a reasonable person. I'm following you. So hopefully even if we don't like finish this conversation, we can finish it later. I see what you're saying, but also that's let's do have that conversation about what you heard during election time that made you think Trump was telling the truth. Like that, I think that is what I'm confused about.
So
Biden did
I think most
Biden was
people.
handled a shit show. And the
Mhm.
best way he could manage it, and I'm not saying Biden's some super genius. The difference between Trump makes it seem like every decision that happens, he is somehow pulling the strings of and is an economic genius. And he's a genius on immigration. He's a genius on like pharmaceutical prices. That's not, it can't possibly be true, right? Biden just put the right people in the right places who were extremely qualified and let them do what they were good at. He's a great manager.
All right, so like, okay, chat's roasting me right now. Let me say this, okay? Most reasonable people that voted for Trump, they don't actually like Trump. I think most of them, if you got them down, sat them by themselves and asked them honestly, they would say, okay, this guy's an idiot. But what most people are banking on is the Republican Party and their philosophy. And a lot of the things that we want to pass aligning with it.
You expound upon that though, like when you say what, and I hear you, like because you do, I can hear in your voice you're thinking. So what is it when you say we were voting like or betting on the Republican philosophy? What is that philosophy?
Let's say like abortion. Like
Okay.
limiting abortion. A lot of Christians,
Trump doesn't really have a position on that, right? Like he just wants to give it back to the states.
That's true, but he's gonna appoint people that are gonna be, more amenable.
So you admit that
I'm just a
Trump
little confused. Are you saying
did
you're
take away
religious
people's
and you're
rights?
pro-life, which is should
Yeah,
be
exactly.
pro-birth? Okay, so you're saying because Trump drove the economy into the ground in his first term. So you're saying, I don't care that my financial future was over. I support Trump because he all of a sudden pivoted to allegedly being pro life.
Well, we didn't know he was gonna, you know, basically nosedive the economy after getting. I mean, no one thought he was that dumb, but
I'm
I'm talking
saying,
about before.
no, wait, I'm saying he did that mathematically in his first term. He spent and spent and spent. And this is on a smaller scale. Like he didn't do blanket tariffs, but he said, don't worry, I'll make up for all this spending, even though I'm using the TCJA, which is a 10-year tax plan we're still under to this day, which cut taxes for the rich and for corporations and slightly for the middle class. But we brought in less revenue. And he's like, the targeted tariffs will make up for it. And they didn't. He mismanaged the budget the first time.
$8.4 trillion. Biden spent
Yeah,
4.4.
but okay. You're talking about like the what's it called? Something spending? What is it called?
The 10-year net
Discretionary, you mean?
approved debt. The 10-year net approved debt.
Yeah, but didn't Biden also spend a lot?
No,
He lowered the
half.
deficit.
And he lowered the deficit.
So what
Democrats
about Obama?
always lower the deficit, and no matter what Trump says, he's a liar. We've established this, right? He says he's going to help us pay off the debt. He is doing nothing but explode it again. He's exploding the absolute fuck out of the debt right now. Democrats are always the one fixing the debt. Republicans are always like, it's just it's as easy as this. Do Republicans ever raise taxes? No. End of the story.
Okay, I'll concede that. What about the Israel-Palestine issue? What a lot of people have an issue with is um a lot of anti-Semitism going on in a lot of colleges, a lot of Democrat politicians
You got it
supporting it.
right. Democratic. No, you had it right. You were there. So when it's an
Well,
adjective, sorry, this is the second grade teacher in me. You had it right the first time. So when it's an
oh,
adjective that describes a noun, politicians is the noun,
okay.
democratic. No, you had it right. Thank you. And tell your friends to please stop saying Democrat politics. It's democratic politicians. You had it right. You were there.
Okay.
Um, here's the thing. Trump doesn't have an actual like cohesive stance on any of this, right? So like he's now not friends with Israel, and from what I can tell, it's because he has personal grievances with Netanyahu, not because it's like his personal beliefs on anything. I think he's also on like a grifting campaign in the Middle East to figure out what's the best way for him to go get free things from people. I don't think this has anything to do with protecting any certain class or people who've been wronged. Trump putting forward a AI generated video of him building a Trump palace in the Gaza Strip is like profoundly disgusting and bankrupt morally. I I don't think there's any defending Trump's stance on just about anything geopolitically right now.
What do you think about anti-Semitism, Abby, in the country? Like, what do you feel is going on, or like, what are your fears?
Um, it's just like the hating for Israel gets like expanded to just hating Jews in general, and like synagogues getting, bomb threats. People going outside synagogues and like protesting, like they're launching rockets from their synagogues to Palestine in America, you know?
Well,
What?
and I reject anti-Semitism in any form, right? And I think Pickles does as
Yeah,
well.
I think this is also, it lives on the right. So even during times of like no conflict, right? The Yahtzee party is literally they are at home on the right. So for you to be against those things, you would be on the left.
Okay, this guy in chat, do you know how many black churches have been bombed, shot up by white people?
A lot.
Brother, like
Are you
this
talking about
this is the
historically in
no,
America?
no, I'm
A
just
lot.
no, I'm just reading like what this
Oh,
guy in
okay.
chat
I
is
was
saying.
just saying no, but many black churches have
Like,
been set
bro,
on fire.
bro, like why are
Many.
you bringing that up? Like we're not
Well,
you're
this
doing
is
like what
yeah. Don't but don't
compare
this,
we're doing like Olympics of like
suffering. Yeah,
transgressions,
we don't. Yeah, well, and also don't. Yeah, we don't necessarily have to like address everyone's chat. This is what I want to say. I want to say
Oh,
I'm
sorry,
left
I'm
of
getting
left.
baited.
I no, I understand, and believe me, I have many. It's hard to be on the internet and read things, and then you just respond to them. I get it, and I hear you. I'm just trying to say I renounce anti-Semitism in all its forms, and in addition, right, I also renounce authoritarian aggression. So I think both things can live in the same place, right? Like when you look at like I have a history degree, right? Like the rise of Mustache Man in 1930s Germany and what happened during that fascist takeover. We are seeing something very similar in America, right? I support the Jewish population in America. I renounce anti-Semitism, and in addition, I also support or renounce any persecution of any other minority groups, right? The othering of minority groups. And this is what I'm talking about, like the like APAC, right? That's the huge lobby in support of Israel that's injecting millions and millions of dollars into politics, right? Like I think that they're not mutually exclusive. I can say I support the Jewish people and I renounce anti-Semitism, and in addition, I also am against genocide, and I support the Palestinian people's right to exist. Like I don't see
Yeah.
them as mutually exclusive. That's all.
Yeah, I mean that's all well, that's all I want. I don't know what other people are asking for. But it's just like for people to come and say, "Hey, how about we don't like shit on, Jewish people because just for
I,
even if they do support Israel, how about we stop,
I don't think
harassing them?"
I don't think there's anyone like in politics that is saying things that are anti-Semitic on the left. Like as far as I
It's
know,
no, no, you're right. No one says it, but they defend it, or they
like
kind of like
there are
make
people
excuses for it.
there are
They're
people
like,
that are
"Oh, well,
saying
they're
like
defending or whatever."
there are people that are against seeing Palestine and maybe people related to people in Palestine being G-sided or targeted indiscriminately by bombs. And I think this goes a little bit far past like religion or anything like that. This is just like a humanitarian crisis. And for Trump to gaslight all of us and say, "Oh, the left is protecting anti-Semitic people or perpetuating anti-Semitism," is a little far-fetched. And for him to use and abuse the the branch of the federal government to remove funding from like Harvard and Columbia is just a little much. It's a little much, and there's no way we can come out and prove, hey, we're not doing this stuff. Like, no matter how much we try to say it, it's still going to be on the news that Trump is attacking us for doing it. So, like violence is against the law. Arrest everybody who's being violent. Hate crimes are against the law. Please arrest everybody doing hate crimes. But if you want to protest and advocate for Palestine, I think you should be able to do that. Same thing with Israel. Sure.
Okay, that's reasonable. Okay, someone in chat said, okay, sorry, I'm getting big. Okay, never mind. I'm not gonna get
if you
bigger.
need to, if you read everything, trust me, if I was like
I'm not
reading
gonna
every
get bigger.
comment, so no, I know, I do it too. So I get it. I get
No,
what
she
they're
said,
like.
we are against babies being exterminated.
Wait,
Okay.
what? I don't even know what that. I mean, who's
I
not?
think,
Like,
okay, yeah,
who is
it's
not?
like, it's the
Everyone
dumbest
is.
thing to say.
Yeah,
like,
no, it's like it's non sequitur. Everyone
Yeah,
is.
don't
Yeah,
just
we
clear
all
the
are.
chat.
oh
Clear the
wow,
chat. You're not going to be
you're
able to.
so brave, Lisa. For what is it?
Don't-
Yeah,
just
Lisa, you're so
don't-
brave. You're against babies. Oh wow.
Listen, here's the point though. The point is that I can say I absolutely renounce anti-Semitism in all of its forms and simultaneously can recognize that the state of Israel, and I'm not talking about the people inside Israel, I'm talking about the Israeli government and the military are doing
but
harm,
I
right?
think
Are
the people
engaging
on
in
left, they're not even
authoritarian
anti-Semitic.
are engaging in authoritarian aggression, right? Two things can be happening
Yeah, of course, yeah.
simultaneously, right? And that's and I think, right, that's the logical fallacy of AIPAC, that if you're not willing to support and watch and cheer on an active G side that we can all see with our eyes is occurring, that in some way you're anti-Semitic. And I'm saying I can absolutely support and denounce anti-Semitism and support the Jewish people full-chested, as well as recognize, hey, there's authoritarian aggression going on and the Palestinian people are being harmed.
Right. I mean, I don't even think a lot of people on the left are anti-Semitic. I think it's more like oppressed thing,
Like
where if you are oppressed, you can do anything. You can do anything and it's all justified. That's kind of like the philosophy that I've seen on the left, which is like kind of
I don't know.
disgusting. Like,
Wait, give
listen,
an example.
We
of
have
that. I
we
don't know
have
what you mean.
we have
example
huge,
would be like October 7th.
we have
People would be
huge
like,
we have big
they're in a concentration camp. Of course they're gonna go do that because you're like
okay, but
bombing them and killing them. Of
like
course they'll do that.
who is saying that? Like, listen, I want you to name some people that are trying
Okay.
to echo these things, because I can just point to Kanye or Nick Fuentes, the people that have both been in Trump's personal residence and had dinner with him, and they are saying horrible things against that ethno-religion. Horrible, unforgivable.
Against which religion? What do you mean? Oh,
Oh,
Jewish.
well, this is what he's saying.
Gotcha.
Like the true anti-Semitism is in America. I think this is the best way, because like this is what I like to say. I'm not a judge of what's in every person's heart. Like, oh, is there hate in your heart, white man, like white conservative male? I don't know. What I know is that the legislation being brought is mathematically, through statistical analysis, it harms Black and brown people. I know it harms conservative legislation, harms women. It takes rights from trans people, right? So these are things I know through statistical analysis. And for instance, I'm not saying everyone on the right is anti-Semitic. I know that, neo-schmazis vote conservative.
Yeah, that's true. But
so that's, I guess my question is, so how do you make sense of that? That, like, let's say Marjorie Taylor Greene, I think she's a good example. She, there was this anti-Semitism bill that was shoved through Congress, through the House. And one of the things Marjorie Taylor Greene said, she refused to vote for it because it said that if you state that Jews unalive Jesus, that's anti-Semitic. And she's saying, that's one of the ways, I don't know if you understand like the forms of anti-Semitism, but that's one of the way evangelicals sort of demonize, the Jewish
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
population
yeah.
in America. And she's like, no, I refuse to vote for that because they did.
Right. I mean,
So
the thing is, we are a two-party system, so it necessitates voting for someone. So just because neo-Nazis vote conservative doesn't mean like it's like they're just going for the best
Well,
option,
that's where
It
they're
doesn't
being
mean they
harbored,
vote.
though. I'm just saying we're
Yeah,
not
Like that's
giving
like saying
Theo
communists,
Schmatzy
they vote
safe harbor
Democrats.
on the
So
left.
are
but
Democrats
If I
communists
find
now? No,
one,
right?
I will expose them and I will push them
for,
out.
and for you to criticize one side or the other for condoning that behavior is silly, then, right? Because you're actively on a side where they live permanently.
I would say the movement on the far left is much bigger than the movement on the far right. I think they have more social currency, if that makes sense.
I don't
Wish
know
that
how to
was
gauge that.
true
Like, I wish.
so much.
How do you?
Well,
What
I've
metric are you
seen
using for that?
the spread of the MAGA on social media is much more prolific. I mean, there's many more. I know this because I used to work in digital advertising. Like the actual voices and I'm giving MAGA credit for their advertising and digital monetization strategy. No, it's actually more prolific on the right.
Yeah, I mean, I would say recently that has changed. They are getting more power, and I would say politically far right has more power than far left.
They have
But I
they
think
have an
social,
online presence
yeah,
that's bigger than all of us. There are graphs that I can pull up here in a second.
Hey, there's
But
like
that
on
bubble
where?
one. Do you
Just
have the one
yeah,
Twitter,
with the
right?
circles?
It's
That's a
just
no,
really
Twitter.
good
no, it's
one.
not just
Where else do
Twitter.
they have it?
It's
Oh no,
TikTok,
it's
YouTube,
everywhere.
everywhere.
Yeah.
Every single platform. They outweigh the left by 2 or 3 times in every
Yeah, but
There's
one.
that
like the
happened
one with
when, like
circles.
last 2 years or something, like
10 years.
10. No, 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 come on.
Yeah. I mean, since I would say this is the thing about Trump, like what Trump is good at, right? Trump is not great at running a government. Trump is great at looking like he's running a right. Like Trump is casting a reality show. What Trump is good at is media, right? And he's created a media empire. Right. I mean, that's the truth. If I will give Donald Trump credit for one thing, it's not that he's great at actually accomplishing things. He's great at looking like he's accomplishing things. He understands how to harness the media and pump out misinformation and disinformation, like flood the zone with shit.
Yeah. It's much easier to lie to 1,000 people than to convince 1,000 people they've been lied to. So he just spouts lies
What
all
would
day,
your
all the
guys'
time.
solution to be to that? Like, what would you guys say?
I don't know. This is what we're trying to do. We're trying to talk to people,
It's
have real
our active
conversations.
resistance. We
We're
were part of it. Thank you for
this
being
is this is us, boots on the ground in the trenches, trying to convince people that if they support Trump, they are objectively wrong. It's not even just a matter of having opinions today.
What we
Okay,
have
this
on
is
the
kind of
left are
a
data, right? Like, and this is my thing. I'm not like, it's not my feelings. Like, and I say this whenever, because Abby, it sounds like your brain's working. So I've talked to some
oh,
smart
thank
people
you.
today. No, and I mean that, and trust me, because my brain works really well too. And I'm saying that. So the more and cut
My
through the
chat doesn't
noise.
think though.
Well, don't worry too much about what everyone thinks about you. I can hear the
You got to
intelligence
stop
in your
reading
voice.
chat. We can't have a
Yeah.
conversation if you're
Yeah,
doing that.
we're
Yeah.
just talk to us. So, but what I'm saying is you're thinking, and as you start thinking, and if you really don't listen to what Trump says, but you start looking at data, right? All of my opinions are data driven and fact based, right? And when the data tells me a story, then that's the story I'm telling. And that's how I can show up on the internet every day and be like, okay, I know I'm right, because I'm not just these aren't feelings I'm having today. It's data driven, it's fact based. And what the left has, we're not great. We're not beating the misinformation, disinformation, amazing media bubble that MAGA's created. But the truth is on our side, right? The truth that wealth is being transferred to the top of the economy. We're all being robbed by billionaires. I mean, the data story we have on our side. We just need to communicate it correctly, right? I used to work in advertising. Like, it's the communication that is the failure. But what's more interesting? Lock her up, or let me show you this spreadsheet of data or about how billionaires are robbing us. Like,
Yeah, lock her up is way better.
Yeah,
way
it's
more
much
better.
better. A chance is much better.
They're eating the cats and the dogs. Kamala's not black. Like all of these things that are easy to sensationalize is a lot more sexy than here's what we're gonna do for the middle working class, and technically here's what the best tax code should be. Like no one wants to hear that. It's a lot less sensational. It travels less far. That's why right-wing media on social media is so much more viral, because it's sensationalized. It's insane. Some of the things they post, some of it's just completely 100% false.
Drill,
Like,
baby,
why would
drill.
anybody drill, baby, drill? That's a lie that basically alludes to the fact that Joe Biden's not drilling oil. Well, Joe Biden drilled way more oil than Trump.
Okay, there's one thing I like about Joe Biden. He drilled a lot of oil.
You
The
know,
most
see,
oil.
Abby, look, your brain's working, and I can promise you
That's-
this: if you cut through the noise and the catchy chants, and you follow the data, then you just have to move left. Like I used to work in corporate America, and I would gaslight myself, like, "Oh, here's all the reasons why I can stay here," and it's not like a hypocritical of me, right? But the data will just eventually, if you follow it and you follow lines of logic and facts, then you just will naturally move left.
Okay, this is a meme topic, but I have to.
Love
This
it.
does go into the decision making. Okay. Trans people in sports.
Yeah, that's
Trans
another
women specifically.
That's another
in sports.
non-issue. So out of a league of 510,000 people, there's less than 10. Do you really think that's an issue today?
But it's about the principle. It's not about how many
Okay.
people. And that's
All
how
right.
many people now, right?
Again,
It's not
that's
counting
what you have to reach towards. And no, it's not about the principle, because we have medicine and science that show that people who are on hormone replacement therapy for 2 to 3 years are at the same levels aerobically and muscle density and all of these other metrics, the same as their cisgender counterparts. So it's
Okay,
again,
correct
it's
me
a
if I'm wrong,
non-issue.
but didn't Sweden and UK kind of retract their whole thing about this? Like,
Well,
I
I
don't
can
know.
speak. I'm not sure exactly what's going on in Sweden. I can speak to the Supreme Court, or the highest court in the UK, made a very bigoted ruling, but not about sports, right? Just about there being two genders. But gender is scientifically, and I don't care what conservative judges rule or don't rule, gender is a construct. And like, and I just want to be clear. Are you
definitionally,
talking about
everything is a human construct, right? I mean, that's.
No, not everything, but gender absolutely
we
is. But
construct
this is,
everything.
let me just say this, and I was a scholarship, full scholarship Division I athlete. I played volleyball. I'm not going to dox myself and say where, but I will say this: this is the only time, and I tried to hit on this, and this is where I get into math, right? And if you just follow the numbers, then you'll move left, because statistical analysis and what we call through statistical analysis impact studies. What I know is that through the legislation that conservatives introduce on the state level and on the federal level, that women are being harmed by conservative legislation. I have fewer rights. Wait, let me just, I swear I'm landing the plane in 2 seconds. So just my final thing is, the only time I ever hear people on the right starting to care about women, ironically, is to demonize trans people, or to say that immigrants are committing crimes against women. But statistically, as a woman, if I look at statistical analysis, the legislation being introduced, then I have to be a leftist. I have to be on the left, because that's the only side acknowledging my
immigrants
my
commit less
bodily
crime
autonomy.
than
Oh,
natives, that's true.
Abby, you know
But
what's
that's not
happening,
the
Abby.
issue. Okay,
No,
that's
so
not the issue,
Abby
though.
knows, everyone.
Okay, that's not
As a
the issue.
woman, I'm statistically safer amongst a neighbor.
Okay,
It's the
but
exact
let me give you an
issue.
analogy for it.
No,
Okay?
but
the analogy
you
would
said
be
it's the principle. You said the thing about the reason you cared about trans people in women's sports is because of a principle. You don't think there's a principle that Trump's lying about immigrants
this is
proliferating
another
crime?
principle, okay? Like, let me give you an
Which
analogy.
principles matter? Do lies matter? Is it a
Okay,
principle
this is
or
a
it's not
sick
a
analogy.
principle?
You're gonna love it. You're gonna love it.
Hit me with
Okay,
it.
imagine you're in your house and you're fucking up your own house. Your mom's gonna be pissed, whatever. But let's say you bring over your friend, and your friend is fucking over your house to the same level, maybe even less, right? your mom's gonna be like, "Don't bring this fucking retard into my house
You can't say
ever
that.
again."
You can't say
Oh,
that
sorry,
word.
sorry, my bad, my bad. Okay, sorry, sorry.
I'm gonna
Bro,
stop you
don't bring this
already.
guy.
I'm gonna stop you already.
Don't bring this guy
Yes,
into my house
you
ever
can.
Nothing
again.
wrong with
You
being
can be.
unhoused
You can.
either.
Okay, first of all, you're just talking
It's
about yes how people can be more upset about it, maybe because of who does it. But here's the thing: if we want to talk about minimizing death rates and crime, you're attacking the smallest demographic of crime and death and murder and spending the absolute most amount of money because it's been sensationalized. Again, facts over feelings. If you guys are somehow convinced that this is the most important thing because of the way you feel about it, then that's on y'all. If you guys want to spend $88 billion a year deporting people and shrinking our economy and doing all of these things, demonizing people, seeing all of the collateral damage and right-wing domestic terrorism skyrocket because of this nativism speak, then that's on y'all. When we could literally just take a one thousandth of this money and save far more than 29 lives, which is how many people were killed last year by migrants, by non-citizens. It is the fucking smallest number ever, and for you to justify it is what's called bigotry. It's holding onto ideas without reason, and that's what you're doing. That's what anybody is doing who is upset about the migration thing. Wasps kill more people than migrants. Wasps. 75
True
people a year.
story. You're not screaming about the wasps.
Yeah, that's true. But the thing is, like, just lecturing people on it, it's not going to change their mind on it. And, if your goal is
But
to
now
win, you
you've
can't just
pivoted
ignore
because
people's
you were an
feeling, right?
intelligent guy that wanted us to talk about facts. And when the data and the facts didn't go your
Okay,
way,
but we're
now,
humans,
no, but
though.
you,
We're
can
not
I just,
factual
I need to
beings.
point out what just happened. You literally now just said you can't erase people's feelings.
Yeah, you can.
I absolutely can tell you that when I vote, I will always vote for someone that looks at data and facts and is making
Yeah, but that's
decisions
because you're
not based on
smart
their
and
feelings.
logical.
Not based on their feelings. 'Cause
Everyone's not like you,
what is best? Well, I agree, and that's why we're in the position that we're in. But that's the irony of MAGA, is saying feelings are bad. Women are so emotional, when the most emotional people, the least data driven, the least fact driven people have always been MAGA men. You are yelling, you're spewing feelings at me. The facts say, and you know that, Abby, and you're saying I support people spewing their feelings all over everyone.
And the saddest part of this all is that when Trump first started this build a wall thing, they're coming over here graping our people and murdering people. The literal amount of people who were unalived that year were 3 people. 3 people. If people knew that, that is insane. But Trump's probably done more than that, sending them to a fucking death camp in 100 days in his second presidency. He's definitely done more than that. 15
Okay,
times
don't get
over.
mad at me, but can I do a comparison?
Sure.
It's a bit controversial. Okay, maybe not. Okay.
No slurs, please. Just think before
No
you
slurs.
speak.
Yes,
Okay,
I
cool.
won't
Just
do it. I
making
got too
sure.
comfortable. You made me feel very okay.
Comfortable to start yelling slurs. Yeah, I did see that.
So let's say BLM, right? A lot of riots were happening. People were upset. But if you look at the data, there were only 20 black men that were killed that entire year by police. But people were still upset about it, and they went on riots about it, right? How would you compare that with this?
The disproportionality of it is what
it's about the rate.
Yeah.
Okay, but it's
the
still
difference
only
between a rate
less
and
than
the
50.
number. No, you can name a number. It's about the rate. Disproportionately, right? Compared to the amount of black men in this country, they are disproportionately incarcerated, disproportionately harassed, disproportionately sentenced to the maximum sentence over the same crimes committed by white men. And I know this because statistical analysis, this is what we learn in impact studies. Like, I'm not like, Abby, I think you're a racist. I don't think that. I don't know what's in your heart, and I'll never pretend to. I know statistically through mathematics that black and brown people are discriminated against in this country.
Yeah,
I'm not demonizing or whatever. I'm not reducing people's feeling about it. But I'm just trying to say that yeah, diminishing.
This is
People's
an
feeling about
actual
it.
thing that's happening. And
But I'm
listen,
trying to say, like, there's a reason why people got upset about it. And I think
here's
it's
here's the
very
thing.
similar to how
If we
to the
won an
immigration thing.
election, if we won an election trying to defund the police, which no politician still has yet to run on, because that's not the answer. If we went around and we won an election and we spent hundreds of billions of dollars defunding the police and doing things antithetical to that cause that hurts the economy also and caused more domestic terrorism, that's one thing. But for us to come out on foot and do this and have our own movement that wasn't led by a politician with lies, then that's another thing. And also, black people are disproportionately sentenced to 20% higher prison sentences for the same crimes as their white counterparts. Same thing with Hispanics, 11% higher than their white counterparts. There is a literal traceable racism. There's racism in the data that you cannot dispute. It is not a fallacy. It is not a lie. It is a real thing. It's there.
Okay, so okay, can I just say this then? So like if let's say you're an American tourist, you know how everyone hates the American tourist that goes to another country and does like, stupid shit, right? People hate them especially more than if their native people did something stupid, right?
Yeah,
You're saying that feeling is bigoted.
It's yes. So people use that in politics. It's called nativism, and yes, it's basically the same thing the Yahtzees did, but the Yahtzees did it like 1,000 times worse, right? Like, so without being very clear about it, Trump was saying, "Oh, they're coming over here and committing all sorts of crimes." So if you ask the average MAGA person, they're going to be like, "I bet there was 100,000 people that got killed last year."
Okay, but how do you explain overwhelming support from the Hispanic community for that
same
idea then?
thing, like the messaging and stuff.
Can I explain it? I
Sure.
am indigenous Mexican. I can explain that. Like, yeah, in Spanish-speaking countries, through colonization, European colonization, very similar to what happened in America, an oppression of indigenous peoples in Spanish-speaking countries, right? What happens in Spanish-speaking countries is colorism, period, right? Like, I mean, like, I have a father who is like, he's a black Spanish-speaking man who voted for Trump, right? And it's what, like, there's psychological terms for it, hyper assimilation, like, right? Oh, it's just, and I'll tell you, and I'm now speaking about my own family, and like, I have family members who voted to lose their own birthright citizenship. This belief, like, I'll say how one of my aunts described it. There's a lot of crime where we come from, Felice, and I don't want it to follow me here. Well, here's the problem, it's a fundamental misunderstanding of why there was crime where you are from. Why was there crime, right? The number one driver of crime is what? Poverty. Crime isn't following anyone here, right? When was crime last the highest in America? 2022, the pandemic. The minute we got through that OPEC deal that Trump ruined our lives with, and inflation started coming down, the pandemic subsided, people began to have upward mobility in this economy, crime went down again, right? And what I'm saying is, what we have to think about is root causes of immigration. Why do people feel unsafe south of here? That has to do with American interference in economies, right? We're turning off
you said
people's
so
economies.
colorism is the reason why most Hispanics, or not, is it most?
No, I'm
Is it
saying
like 40%?
I was just speaking to how things work in Spanish-speaking countries, like, right, like the transatlantic slave trade still affected, and European colonization affected Spanish-speaking countries, right? So that's how it works.
Is it colorism though? I don't think it's colorism.
Oh, it absolutely is.
It's more like
I've lived in all over South America.
Pull the ladder underneath you or whatever.
What? Say that again? Yeah, well, I mean, if you've ever
underneath
lived
you
in
or
a
whatever.
Spanish-speaking country, it is literally a stack rank by how light your skin is. That's how you are judged. And then there's another stack ranking system that's layered over the top of that, which is American citizenship, right? Like, it's almost like, hey, I got here, now I'm going to swing the door shut behind me. I have many relatives that felt that way, but I can promise you, and I'll just say this lightly, and I actually have a great clip of Senator Ruben Gallego. I'm in Arizona. I'm a born and raised citizen of Arizona. So I'm and have many indigenous Mexican family members here who both voted for Trump and will never be voting for him again. And I will say, watch to see what happens with the Hispanic vote. Now we're talking about birthright citizenship. These are people who thought that they were citizens of America, and Trump's saying, no, get the F out of here. Like, they will not be voting for Trump again.
Yeah, I don't think there's any
Are you sure about
logical.
that?
I don't think there's any
Yes.
logical answer for like what Trump can offer the Hispanic community as to why they voted for him.
He
I
tricked
think
them.
I think it's actually just like him using messaging to get the like
But trick them with what
machismo.
though? What do you think they like? What they're
With
attracted to
lies.
about him?
What do you
Like
mean? You
lies
watched the
and
Yeah, like
campaign
what lies
happen.
though?
and
Like what?
and hyper masculinity, like to
Amen.
get the
Machismo. He said it.
Yeah.
That's like, you have to understand Spanish culture. Like, my father voted for Trump. Machismo is this idea of like, just like the anti-trans sentiment, anti-LGBTQ. The
Right.
colonization of Spanish speaking countries was highly dependent on the Catholic Church. Like, the Catholic Church has a stranglehold south of here. And so actually Hispanics are conservatives, right? And how do we
Exactly. Yeah.
educate people past religion, right? I mean, that's how upward mobility, we get people out of poverty with education, and then also decolonize from religion. It's all the same process. So Trump is speaking to a core group of male Hispanics, not predominantly female, but male Hispanic men. But now with this mass deportation has essentially betrayed them. Like, these are conflicting messages.
And
I would
he
say probably
also
most black men are probably conservative as well.
it's not
Like,
true.
if the Republicans weren't so racist, they would probably vote conservative.
Well, oh,
Well,
who knows?
They're
if,
probably
yeah,
against
if,
trans
I'm-
stuff. They're
well,
probably
I
against the
mean,
gay stuff,
again,
like
you come back
LGBT
to
stuff.
impact studies and statistical analysis. The reality is, if you have, I mean, an upward, like, if you understand math, who's introducing legislation that disproportionately harms black and brown
Yeah.
people?
If-
It is the Conservative
if
Party.
it is that way ever in the future, it's because it's out of ignorance, not because the party has anything to offer them, right? Because the right is the one constantly fighting against or championing voter suppression, or promising things like no tax on overtime, no tax on tips, all of these things that would disproportionately maybe help some of those communities, and then not deliver on it, like what just happened. So same thing with the Hispanic community. They probably thought they were going to get no tax on overtime and no tax on tips. Guess what? He didn't deliver on that, and they might remember that. Hopefully they fucking remember that. But there's no actual reason. I keep getting a dead end with a lot of Trump voters when I ask them to justify their vote or why they support Trump, and all they have to say is, why did everybody else vote for him? That makes me right. And that's all they know. They don't have an actual reason.
Right. Again, that's like an emotional thing, right?
Yeah.
But you do have to understand their emotional reasons for voting to connect with them, instead of just calling them dumb.
No
and
one called
like, you know
anyone
what I mean?
dumb.
It's kind of no. I'm just saying, like, you didn't call them dumb directly, sure, but it's like
Are
kind
you
of like
saying me?
dismissal.
I literally am black and Hispanic. My father is a black Spanish
Okay, but
speaking
that
man.
doesn't.
I
That's
am.
kind of
I have
irrelevant.
never called. You might be calling black or Hispanic people
No,
dumb.
no,
I
that's not what I'm
never
saying.
would do that.
No, I'm saying Republicans. You guys are calling Trump voters dumb, right? Or
They're
emotional.
not dumb, but when it comes to politics,
Ignorant.
they're underinformed. Yes, they're underinformed.
Okay.
They're low information. There's probably some brilliant people out there that voted MAGA, but have no idea what they're doing in politics.
Right, exactly.
And I just
But-
want to say, I want to say something. Like, I think the feeling is right, and you keep saying emotions are real and people are voting from that. I agree with you. The feeling that things are going wrong, something is going really wrong. I can't feed my family anymore. I can't take care of the people I care about. The costs are skyrocketing. All those are real things that are happening. What is going wrong is who to blame for that, right? We are all being robbed. It doesn't matter who you are. We're all being robbed by the same people, right? Just transfers of wealth to the top of the economy. As we create these huge monopolies, as we allow corporate monopolies to form, smaller businesses will die off and no longer succeed. We are all, it doesn't matter. The feeling is right. I validate all of MAGA's feelings. We are all being robbed. Correct. The question is who? Immigrants don't have your money. Billionaires do. It's all up there at the top of the economy, and we have to get money out of politics. We have to close tax loopholes. We have to make it easier for small businesses to be created and succeed. All those, that's what we have to talk about is
Yeah, but isn't
who
Trump bringing
stole,
back the
who's
businesses?
the exact opposite. He is making it easier. What we are doing now, and that's why when I was talking about colorism, but think of it now like classism, which Trump is creating a colorist society where it's like no one can immigrate here that is black and brown, but bring in the Afrikaners, which are, white refugees, which is a sign of colorism. But the real issue I see, and the way Trump is ordering society, is a simple oligarchy, right? It's if you have, then you'll never be a criminal, right? If you can pay me for a pardon, you'll never be a criminal, right? If you can bribe me to get the legislation you want, then your business will succeed. It's saying if you have money, you can go to the doctor. If you have money, you can commit crimes. If you have money, you have value. Everyone else is down here. Like we're ordering society that way.
I mean, isn't that how it is already?
I mean, not to this extreme, but sure. I think I would classify America as an oligarchy for a long time now, but not to this
I mean,
extreme.
don't
Like,
Democrats do that too? Take money from corporations to do their bidding?
okay, not on the, and I want to talk about this because now you're both siding an argument, and that's a really ignorant thing to do. But I can tell you that if you look up where billionaires concentrated their money, it was too conservative. It was in support of Donald Trump. And the difference is this, and I want to be clear. No, yes, there are a few billionaires who give money to the Democratic Party. And yes, I could take issue with that in many different ways, and I'm willing to have that conversation. But there's a difference. If you are giving money to Donald Trump, you're buying influence. You are buying legislation. You are buying a pardon, right? A billionaire can give money on the left, but you don't buy anything with it, right? We are talking about bribes versus contributions. There's a fundamental difference, and I get it. The urge is to want to both sides of the argument, but I think you're
Yeah, it's
smart
more
enough to see
direct.
the
It's
difference.
worse.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you're buying
And
something directly
and
on
also
the right.
like a no-brainer billionaire can be like, okay, well, if I help Republicans get elected this campaign, I will have X amount cut from my taxes for the next 10 years. So it's literally a no-brainer investment. When you're on the left and you're a billionaire, you're sending money to a party that is eventually going to raise taxes on you. So your incentive or your motives for doing so are more abstract and could like arguably more for the like the higher, what is it, the together good. I'm so sick today. I'm struggling with my words.
Greater good.
The greater good. Thank you. So you're looking at the greater good if you're a billionaire donating to the left and willing to raise taxes on yourself. When Biden was in office, raise taxes on businesses, 400K plus
Okay,
minimum
but
tax.
there's an
15%.
argument against that though, no? Like
what?
Increasing taxes, it hurts small businesses more. So if you're a giant corporation, you can take the hit. You can kind of basically wipe them out and just take the market share.
If you're making $400,000 as a business, you're not a small business anymore. You should be doing okay.
Like, didn't
depends on the
Walmart
tax
support
structure.
increasing minimum wage to do exactly that?
Wait, say that again?
It's all debatable.
Like Walmart was supporting to increase minimum wage in certain areas to basically price out small business owners.
No. They were supporting an increase in, I don't know that Walmart was ever lobbying for an increase in minimum wage. As a matter of fact, they have training sessions for their employees on how to get on government assistance because they don't pay
We
a living
subsidize
wage.
them $8 billion a year to pay
Yeah,
poverty
like,
wages.
it's the exact opposite. Like they have people, they're like, here's how you get on Medicaid and get SNAP so you can live. Like if you don't.
Can I ask you one more question? Last question, and I'll dip. Does it make you guys mad when you see Trump doing like 10,000 executive orders, and then you look back at Biden and all the Democrats and being like, why didn't you guys do it? You guys had this power all along. You guys didn't do shit with it.
Power.
So we
violate the Constitution.
Yeah,
you can't rule through executive order.
Yeah, he's trying to rule like a dictator, and what he's doing is following Project 2025, which he promised he wasn't going to do, and he's trying to consolidate power. So no, I'm not mad that Democrats didn't do things to abuse their power.
Trump is violating. Trump is literally ruling as a dictator, right? That's exactly what Congress is, the appropriator of funds, right? Legally, Trump has gone around that and is reallocating funds illegally. Trump has violated the Constitution at every turn.
And I'm not talking about the funds. I'm just talking about
Yeah,
executive
but the
orders. Just
executive order,
putting
that's
through.
part of what's in the executive orders is fun. I mean, he's going around Congress and ruling
Like
through executive
Biden could
order,
have
and part
easily
of that
done
is appropriations. That's a
the
huge part of it.
college,
Yeah, threatening free
like the
speech at
student loans. He could have easily
colleges.
done that.
He's suing colleges to bend to Trump's will, his personal will. I think that's an abuse of power. It's an attack on free speech. Threatening law firms to take away their access to federal buildings so that they can't even serve their clients, potentially putting them all the way out of business. How do you even fight that? He's fucking with
Yeah, but
people.
I'm not. That's not what I'm arguing. I'm just saying, like,
Shutting
are
down
you
the
guys
free
not mad that
press,
Biden
suing
didn't use his
them.
power to, I don't know, let's say,
Am I
pardon
mad
student
that
loans?
Biden didn't violate the Constitution and become an authoritarian dictator? Absolutely not.
Pardoning student loans makes you a authoritarian dictator?
Absolutely not.
Okay,
No.
No,
Those are
no, here's
federal-
the difference, because I think you need to understand. So Biden did something. He tried to pardon student loans. The Supreme Court said no, and Biden listened.
And then he rewrote
That's
it
the
in ways that
difference.
worked. But yeah.
Yeah, and
for-
then he
like,
went and
he
then
didn't-
did different things to try to forgive some loans that were still
and
legal. There are checks
imagine-
and balances in the government that Biden listened to.
Imagine every time Biden was shut down by a court, he called for those judges to be impeached. That's what Trump's doing. He's saying things to lead a narrative in the public so that people on the right fall in line with this. And eventually, it's only been 100 days. Imagine in 4 years how primed the right will be to see Trump abuse this power even more, to use habeas corpus to maybe even arrest a judge that's not allowing him to pass something, or I don't know, arrest a member of Congress that's not allowing him to do something.
Okay. That's a decent answer. Okay. I'm gonna say something. Don't get mad, guys. Okay.
Please, no slurs. Just please.
No, I'm not. I'm not gonna do slurs. I'm not a
Bring them,
Trump
plug their ears.
supporter. I'm not a Trump supporter. I'm actually a leftard. Okay, I'm a lib. I'm a
Oh
lib.
my gosh.
I was doing I was doing some devil's advocate. Okay.
All right.
I think
appreciate
that's
you.
good. I mean, if in fact that's good, like, listen, I used to be in speech and debate. I think it's important to like be able to make both sides of the argument. Otherwise, you can't fully understand it. I debate myself in my head, but also I want to believe that. I just don't, because I don't. If you are, again, you said the end of the R slur. Like, I don't know what kind of liberal you are, but you don't
Yeah.
seem to respect minority groups in any way, and you continue like either making references to slurs or yelling slurs, and it's just, you got some work to do. But truly weird.
Ugh.
Hi.
Hello.
Yeah. So where are we at today, you think? All this damage that is done. What are we going to do? The ports are empty. We have stuff that we're supposed to export that is just sitting. What do we do? What is going to happen now? Because this is not going to get fixed right away, obviously. The damage has been done. People have been fired. People have quit. Businesses have closed. And it's just the tip of the iceberg, right? I mean, this hasn't really gone into full. We're just seeing the tip of the iceberg. For things to come back, the way there's norm is not realistic anymore, right? What do you think?
I don't know. I usually don't hold. I usually don't have friendlies up to do questionnaires like this, but yeah, I think what we're trying to do our best to inform people, to make people think about their decisions on their last vote, etc. And the midterms and etc. All we can do is advocate or write facts, whatever, our congressman.
Yeah, and I was listening to you speak, and I would say, like, I think the thing that sticks out to me is, like, all I see with MAGA is this, like, fallacy of, Well, is this a recession? Is it happening right now? It's not a light switch that flips, right? It's the same thing when Trump spent and spent and spent and drove our economy into the ground, and then a worldwide pandemic occurred and we were effed. It's the same thing. Like things, it's not the onset of fascism is not a light switch, and then like the way you hear about history, like what Mustache Man did, right? We're learning about it things that happened over years of time. We are now in the middle of it, right? It's a progression. And yeah, I am fascinated by logistics and supply chain, and that's why I know MAGA has no idea anything about logistics or supply chain and how that works in the global economy, because if they did, you would not be sleeping based on how cargo ships are showing up here, literally 10% full. It takes 2 weeks for a cargo ship to cross the ocean from China to here. They're coming here 25% full. I think that's like the minimum they will show up here with. And if we don't do something here's the best way. According to the Yale Budget Lab, even with the new alleged temporary China deal and the fake UK deal, we have a trade surplus with the UK. They were this is ridiculous. We still have the average tariff rate at 17, I think, what is it? 17.8% is the average tariff rate according to the Yale Budget Lab. That is still the highest rate, and we're being taxed without representation since Smoot-Hawley, which Smoot-Hawley was the onset of the Great Depression. If you think that we are okay in any way, we're not. If you think that watching Trump manipulate the markets, drive the markets into the ground so his billionaire friends can then buy up a bunch of things and then the market soars and transfers of wealth occur and we're going to overcome that, we're not. Yeah. I mean, these are things that if your brain works, should keep you up at night.
Exactly. I 100%. But I guess my concern is, where do we go from here? And I'm sorry that I'm being friendly, but I just want some reality to be thrown out there to majority of people that are listening. And where do we go from here? I mean, there's no doubt I will be losing sleep here soon. I mean, I should be now, but obviously the light switch, I haven't gone over the light switch to turn it on yet, and it still keeps turning on. But we're all going to have this moment where we go to the light switch and it's not going to turn on, and we're going to, there's going to be a lot of screaming and crying, and what can we do besides the voting, the obvious?
What do you think we can do? You're friendly up here. I feel like I'm getting. What do you think what is the answer? What is your advice? What should people do?
What should people do? Well, I think this discussion needs to be, this discussion, the friendly discussion of reality needs to be had. And even and in deeper depth, as far as speaking in a language that people can understand. And I don't even know what that is, honestly. Because this is not affecting, if you're making, over 200,000, you're probably okay. You might, have issues with paying off, paying your house payment, et cetera, et cetera. And if you have another house, those issues, but they're still going to have a house to live in. They're probably going to still be able to drive their nice little cars. But I don't know what the percentage of people that is. There's a lot. But the people below that, let's say that you make 150, even 100,000. I think they're going to feel it. Obviously, common sense says they're going to feel a bit more, and as we go down the line, it's going to be much worse.
What does that have to do with what people should do? What are you? I'm sorry. I'm saying this is nice. What are you talking about? What should people do?
Get educated. Bottom line, I don't know. So, the fact that I can know what the issues are.
Here's the thing. I think every existing is an act of resistance, right? Like, communicating, getting up every day, little moments of joy is an act of resistance. I know people that have become like, basically they go to their 40-hour-a-week job and then they're just sort of like weekend protesters now. And I mean, the amount of white women, white women, for just becoming professional protesters, right? There are apps to download so you can fax your congress people, let them know they're on their way out, right? Like every moment of our lives at this point is an act of resistance. Like the first step I would say is don't let Trump steal your sleep or your joy. That is the number one most important resistance, like during a fascist takeover, that we all need. Preserve your sanity. You cannot put on anyone else's oxygen mask before you put on your own. This is a long conversation I had with my therapist yesterday. So the first form of resistance, take effing care of yourself, right?
Right.
Preserve your mental health. This is a long slog, right? This is not, everyone's like, well, I learned about schmazzies in high school and this doesn't seem like that. Yeah, because we're inside of it and it's happening over a period of time. We're not learning about it in a textbook, right? Like, so this is going to be a long fight. And we all have different skill sets. What I am good at, right? Screaming on the internet insanely at insecure MAGA man, maybe that's not your thing, but you're probably good at something I'm not. So what I would, as a former second grade teacher, what I found beautiful about children is the same thing I find beautiful about adults, is we all have these unique skill sets, right? And you need to think about, I'm good at things. What are those things? How can I use those tools to further the resistance, right? How can I create networks of support, right? Like if you know Hispanic people who are concerned about being disappeared, like this is what, so funny. I'm just texting like, hey Russ, like one of the guys listening right now is a sitting judge somewhere who I'm like, hey, can you promise me if I disappear, you'll find me, right? Establishing community is becoming super important. Like, I think there are good things that are coming of Trump trying to run our country into the ground. We're being forced to form community, to reach out to each other, to engage in mutual aid, to say if the American government is going to let us down, like, how will we survive it? Like, and that's like, we need to find our way back to each other, make connections with neighbors, make a plan, think about, you know, if everything fails, like who are your people? And like, I think there's beauty in a crisis, and that's what I want everyone to think about, right?
Yeah, but man, he sure that for that to happen, it's going to happen naturally, right? I mean, not with everyone, but with many. But I guess I'm trying to point out is that the
I'm not
message
sure
he's
what you're trying to point out.
I
That's what
know.
I'm trying to say. I have no idea what you've been trying to point out.
Yeah, I guess I'm trying to say is that one of the thought process that goes through my mind is that the communication needs to be much more clearer. Um, I hear these discussions and it's these vicious circles. It's the same subject. And we need to get somehow the obvious is the obvious, and therefore we need to start thinking outside the box.
We need to start thinking outside the box.
The obvious is the obvious. Like you need to think about what you're saying before you say it. Is my, but you are saying that you have not said one thing since you've been up here, and I mean that like, hey, I followed you. You seem like a good guy, but I don't know what you're talking about.
I know. And I don't have the answers. I just know that
yeah, just say that then maybe.
Right. I pay attention. I realize that there's the ports are slow.
Okay. And someone said this. I'm sorry. I'm not gonna. I want to scroll back up and think about Melly. Thank you. So Melly pointed out Black women, which I'm just identify as multiracial. My father is a Spanish-speaking Black man, but like I think find a Black woman. Not that don't make Black women do work for you, but this is the thing. Black women, if you understand intersectionality, if you don't, they're the most like disenfranchised members of society, right? Yes. Like Kimberly Crenshaw, who she's a UCLA law professor, brilliant, amazing woman. When she speaks, I literally get chills. Came up with a theory of intersectionality. Like every degree you are removed from the seat of power, which is straight, white, male, upper middle class, WASP, you know, like Anglo-Saxon Protestant males in America. Right. Every degree you are removed from that, like if you're gay, if you're Black, if you're female, right? If you're trans, all of these things make you disenfranchised from the seat of power. And Black women have been operating without any help from society. I mean, since the beginning of time, right?
Absolutely.
And they are the ultimate community organizers. They are now, I don't know if you know this, the most educated cross section in America is Black women. Like, so that's what I'm not saying go ask Black women to do work for you. I am absolutely not saying that. I'm saying look at what Black women have achieved while no one gave them a GD thing, right? That is the model, right? No one's going to help you. You are not going to be valued in society anymore. Form community outside of, being accepted in society and help each other find a way to survive. Like that is the model.
Wow. It's a great idea, but
An
no,
idea.
it's
It's a successful survival strategy that Black women have been using for hundreds of years. They are literally, I mean, the upward of mobility of Black women. Look at Kamala Harris. Look at Letitia James, who's 3-0 against Trump, is a 34-time convicted felon because of a Black woman who has the nerve to stand up to Donald Trump. Like, if you want to know what to do, watch Black women and do your best impression of them. You will fail. You will fall short, but do
Right.
your best impression of what Black women are up to.
No, I get what you're saying. Absolutely. And that's as good as it gets, actually. Um, I guess, wow, I just don't know. I feel like the way the way you're expressing this is that we are there. We are we are stuck in some thick mud, and we're really not moving out of this. And what we do from this point on is going to make a difference. I mean, because we can't go back. Well, I guess we can go backwards, but not much further. I mean, this is bad. I mean, we're not feeling it yet per se, but it's here, and I just
Well,
don't know.
13. I feel like we're kind of talking in circles. I'm
Right.
going to try to move on to the next to make sure I can get some opposition. But I appreciate you coming up. All right,
Yeah,
I
thank you.
appreciate the food for thought.
Did follow you.
Yeah,
But
bless you guys.
just watch Black women, and they've done this successfully. And like I do want to just say, like what 13 just said, we're here, we're in the mud. Yes, here's the thing: if you're disenfranchised, trans people, LGBTQIA, Black women, Hispanic people, we've already been in the mud. People are already in the mud, right? And have had and have been working out ways to survive. That's what I'm saying. Like some people are already in the mud and have successfully been coming up with survival strategies to drag themselves out of the mud.
So I came up, I wanted to talk with Felice. I wanted to get your expertise on some things. Are you going to be around, Pickles, or are you getting off soon?
I'm chilling.
Cool. So I've been going over the bill, the big beautiful bill, right? I came across a argument today, and I was proven wrong. I was proven wrong about the taxes, about him not taxing the income, or not the income, but the tips as well as the overtime. It was shown to me that, hey, this is actually happening. I went and did some research on it. I was wrong about what I was saying, and then I went and I watched Robert Wolf. And then I watched a breakdown of him talking about the tax plan.
Don't get
and then
me
I watched,
started on Robert Wolf. He's my god.
Oh, I love a breakdown of him. And I watched
my god.
Wolf.
Wolf's the foremost Marxist economist in America. He's the professor emeritus of economics at University of Massachusetts Amherst.
Yeah, he's brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. One of the best socialists I've ever listened to in my life. But then I watched a breakdown of his breakdown, and I think they dumbed it down enough that I kind of understand what's happening. Basically, the crumbs that they're feeding us through the tax incentives, we end up paying over $1,400 a month on average because of the tariffs. So they're feeding us crumbs by breaking our taxes down and essentially taxing us, but calling it tariffs, which is just a tax on imports in the country. What's your argument for that? I've got to have a better argument when I come up against this.
I'm not. Like, so when I talk about like, or at least when I look at think tanks, and I do listen to Robert Wolf, and especially his weekly talks about the tax plans, but when I'm talking about numbers about the tax plan, it's comprehensive, right? Like, yeah, tariffs are a tax, and they're a regressive tax. Who regressive taxes harm who? The poorest people in the country. Like, that's the point. What Trump is doing with tariffs is transferring the largest tax burden to the poorest people. I mean, it's a regressive tax. That's why we move towards progressive income
I'm gonna
taxes.
give you a 2% tax break, and then I'm going to increase your taxes by thousands of dollars. So technically, we gave you a tax break at one point, but comprehensively, all in all, you're paying more taxes. Congratulations. Like, it's the scam, the art of the deal. Like, if you ever think that you're not on the receiving end of the art of the deal, then you're the mark. That's you.
Every time you get chips at a gas station, that's what regressive taxes are. Tariffs are regressive taxes. That's what we learned in the Great Depression.
Basically, what he's explaining is like essentially the crumbs, but it's a way essentially to put off the tax burden, call them tariffs, so that way we're not paying attention to the billionaires who are actually getting the tax breaks. The tariffs allow us to actually take on the burden that they're taken away from the billionaires, at the same time giving us crumbs. That's essentially how we broke it down. I thought that was good. I wish I had that argument a few hours ago. I just wanted to see what your thoughts were.
And I mean, not just tariffs. Tariffs are taxes. And here's what I like to do. Like, just validate MAGA, right? You're right for the first time. You know, all of those, what do they call those people again? Sovereign citizens, all of those fake MAGA libertarians that say taxing without representation. This is it. This is the effing Boston Tea Party.
Yeah.
We are in it. It's finally happening. This is your moment, and none of you are in the streets or on the ship dumping the tea overboard, and it's super weird. Like, finally, we're all being taxed without representation. And if you don't understand what I mean by that, it's like only Congress can legally tax us according to the Constitution. Trump has gone around Congress and is taxing us through tariffs. Finally, MAGA's right to refuse to pay taxes, but no one is protesting. It should be Boston Tea Party time. Why not, though? Like, where was that energy? What happened to those sovereign citizens? Where are those people who were like, I'm not paying taxes?
Louisiana was specially blended for iced tea.
Wait, but can you talk to me more? Because I do want to understand, like, under what part of the budget and the big, beautiful bill is the no tax on tips? Where can I find it?
No tax on tips. Hold on.
And in what form? Because I've seen, like, I know the form that Ted Cruz had it is not beneficial even to the poorest people. Like, because I know Ted Cruz introduced, like, a no tax on tips bill. So that's what I guess what I'm asking is, just to clarify why I'm bringing up Ted Cruz, is no tax on tips, right? That's a catchy phrase. It depends on how it's written, though, because that's what it all comes down to. Ted Cruz is like, oh, here's a no tax on tips bill that still didn't actually benefit poor people.
So here's what I'm reading.
Oh, Sue said you can't find it in there. That's my accountant. Sue did it in the comments as my accountant, who's effing brilliant, and she said, spoiler, you can't find it there.
The gentleman I was having an argument with earlier, he actually came up with the tax lines on there where it was in the bill. Tommy looked it up. I was in the live with him. It was there. And the reports that I'm reading
is that
say
real?
that
Page
it's in there
32,
as well.
line 7? Because I will look. I have it. I have that document. It's just depend. But that's my point. Is it doesn't, like, it's not like page 32, line 7 is like no tax on tips, right? Like, that's what I'm trying to say.
Okay.
There were many different versions of the no tax on tips bill. So that's what I need, are like the details, right? Does it cap? Is there a cap? Can, let's say, finance bros now say that their commissions are taxes, and instead of, I used to work on commission, I used to make a lot of money.
There was a cap. It was a cap at $75,000, I believe. So that way it actually prevented the finance bros from bribing each other or tipping each other.
Well, that makes me at
taxes on
least
tips.
feel a little better. Jesus,
A little better,
that-
right?
Yeah,
So
much better.
this follows
actually.
this follows Mr. Trump's campaign. I think it's funny they call him Mr. and not President, but anyway, campaign pledge to eliminate taxes on tips and incomes. It would only apply for the current 2025 tax year through 2028. The provision would create an above the line deduction for qualified tips received by individuals in an occupation which traditionally and customarily receives tips during a given taxable year, according to the summary of the bill from the House Ways and Means Committee. Pulling up the summary.
I found it on the. I found it in the one. Yeah, I just found. Yeah,
Could
I
you-
just.
could
The one
you-
big. Jesus, what is
could you
wrong with Jason
incorporate-
Smith? Jason Smith, a man who's very much in my.
could you-
This is my.
Could you incorporate a bunch of different businesses and just hit that $75,000 tax over and over again?
Probably. The one big beautiful bill delivers on This is the title. If anyone, I'm going to send this to everyone in my Discord, and I'll send it to you, Pickles.
So it's so silly, the titles. They're so fucking silly.
It's so large too. It's like, what the. Hold on. Here, I'll send it in a second after I just look. I just want to actually get through this. So, delivering on President. Okay, but this is BS. Okay, here we go. Make Trump's 2017 tax cuts permanent. Yeah, got that. Increasing real annual take-home pay for a medium income household.
It's
Raising
not an
annual
exemption.
wages.
It's just a deduction to everything.
Did you find it? You
That's
have it
what
open?
says. No, I don't have it
'Cause I just-
open. I'm ordering.
Oh,
groceries
here, I'll
right
send
now.
it. Sorry, I should have texted you first. Wait, where are you? Oh, there you are. Here, I'm sending you the link now because this is the BS. Like, this is like how they, how Republicans are. They just say things, but we got to dig into it. I just sent you the link. Expands. Let's see. But where's the no tax on tips part? Renews the immediate expensing. Expands and permanence. Small business deduction. Delivers on. Okay, here we go. This is just okay. So I'm just on the Ways and Means Committee, which is headed by Representative Jason Smith from Missouri. And there's just I'm going through the bullet points here, which I can also text this to you. I just remembered I have your number, Tic Tac. Remember when we became friends? Hold on, I can send this to you too. Do you know what I'm talking about? Or is this what you're looking at, like the Ways and Means Committee thing? Here, paste. Okay, so we can all be on the same page. I just sent you the link I'm looking at. And the only thing I see from the Ways and Means Committee is the delivers on President Trump's priorities of no tax on tips, overtime pay, and car loan interest, and provides additional tax relief for seniors. Correcting the records.
I honestly, we could just wait for ITEP to do a.
Yeah, I know. Someone's going to break this down because I don't like this is the thing about Republicans. Yeah, they say these things, but then I need to just explain it. House Republicans advance Trump's tax bill. This is 7 hours ago. House panel advances. Okay. Oh, here we go. New York. No, MAGA accounts and no tax on tips. Here's.
I'll be honest with you. I don't know if I'm smart enough to understand the whole tax bill. I'm just gonna go off Richard Wolf's
House Republicans on Monday outline their plan.
his arguments.
Subsidies for create a new type of tax advantage investment for the bill. This is okay. So the New York Times is citing the thing I sent you, Pickles, from the Ways and Means Committee, but it quickly faced criticism from some House Republicans, nearly all of whom, for example, the draft calls for increasing the limit on the state and local tax deduction to $30,000 from $10,000. A group of where I want to find the part about the taxes. Because I'll figure this out tonight. But the heart of the effort, though, is extending several provisions. Now, where is the note? Approve tax cuts temporarily. Okay, here we go. The tax exemption for tips, for example. So this goes. Trump approved tax cuts temporarily. When Mr. Trump first started rolling out a series of unusual tax cut proposals as candidate, this is when he was running for president. Some Republicans on Capitol Hill quietly hoped their party could ignore them. Quietly hoped. Sorry, I just clicked on something I shouldn't. I need to open this again. So this is, okay, sorry. I was there. Here we go again.
That was the complaint. It's only for the next 3 years where
Yeah, it's
the
just
corporations got it permanently. Again.
yeah, this is yes. So this is the grift. It's always the grift, right? For corporations, it's in perpetuity, which that means forever. And for it's always like, hey, let's let MAGA think they got something. We'll do something like for a short amount of time and then pull and rug pull them. This is oh, Trump loves a rug pull. Yeah, it's temporary. Okay, here I found. Sorry, I lost my place. Those temporary cuts, if approved by Congress, would come with limitations. The tax exemptions for tips, for example, would be available only to Americans. I found it in jobs that typically receive tips. The tax break would also be subject to an income limit of 160,000. The carve out for overtime pay would also apply only to income taxes, not payroll taxes, and come with the same income restriction. Because Social Security's finance are subject to special procedural protections in Congress, Republicans choose to structure Mr. Trump's tax pledge to not tax social benefits as a broader tax break. In the bill, it takes the form of a $4,000 bonus deduction for older Americans that shrinks as income rises.
65 and older, yeah. So my understanding of the payroll taxes and not income. So essentially, if you're receiving it in cash, you don't have to report it anymore. But if you're receiving tips through like credit cards or apps like DoorDash or I don't know, Pizza Hut, you sign a tip on the credit card receipt. Those, because those go through payroll, those will be taxed. But any cash received, any
So basically, the way it's
gratuities.
already been. Nobody pays
Well,
taxes on their fucking cash tips, bro. What?
yeah, you have to actually. You have to you have to at least make minimum wage. You have to report some of them at least.
Oh,
Because if you don't
to
make
hit
minimum
minimum
wage, they start if they don't pay minimum or if you don't make minimum
Yeah,
wage,
you
they
just
start
got to
charging the
report that.
company.
So it's the same as it's always been, right? You're saying,
Mm.
I mean, you report the minimum, right?
I don't know. I don't know if they're
Tax breaks.
still. What's this going to do to the ability of restaurants to pay servers less than minimum wage? Also,
What do you mean? Nothing. Like the rule about the minimum wage and how that's gotten around is as long as you are supplement your disgusting low below minimum wage hourly rate with tips and they can somehow show some sort of average. Isn't that how it works? What's that guy, the guy that died of COVID? Herman Cain. That's what the restaurant lobbied for. Isn't that how it works? Like as long as you could prove that like hourly rate wages that are like $2 an hour are then supplemented with like reasonable amounts of tips, that's fine. This is a great leap for. Yeah. I have to read more about this.
yeah, for sure.
But I
Me
think
too.
that is the like here's the ultimate point. And I think that like I was reading a Yale Budget Lab analysis. The real issue in America is the redistribution, what you started with. I think you were spot on, TikTok, is just the real issue. How we're being robbed is through tariffs, right? Every time we transact, we're paying the taxes billionaires aren't paying. And like the tax plan structure, regardless of the no tax on tips, which again, I just I don't think I fully understand it right now to say anything. So I have to just dig in further. But like the real issue is unless you make 360,000 a year or more, you still are not getting a tax break, right? As I look at the tax plan. And then on top of that, these tariffs were after the China deal, after the UK deal, the Yale Budget Lab says we're at 17.8% average tariff tax in the United States, which is the largest since 1934, since Smoot and Hawley, which is us paying rich people's taxes. And it's a regressive tax, so we're all going to go bankrupt, which is what they want, right? We can't consolidate or hold any wealth.
Yeah, I think the point of it was while we're literally, bitching about 30% increase on stuff that we buy from China, and we're having debates about this at the same time they're stripping civil rights. and it's just a game. Look over here while we take your civil rights over here. And we're doing it. Like I'm guilty of it too. We've all been doing it. We've all been talking about tariffs and 30% more on the shit we buy from China, which in all reality, when it comes to our civil rights, that stuff's not important. We need to be talking about the civil rights aspects of it. He's attacking human beings.
I mean, it's like a chicken or the egg argument. It's interesting because it's funny because I heard, God, who did I hear? Somebody making the exact opposite argument, right? Like you could make both arguments fairly. Because I agree with you. I have so much white privilege, but I have a black dad. Like I'm more and a Spanish speaking dad. All my family are indigenous Mexican people. So on like my Phoenix family members. So maybe I'm more concerned about the loss of due process than the average person in America. But is that a distraction? Like, it is. It's like, is it a chicken or the egg? Are we distracting from Trump taking away due process? Or are we distracting from Trump robbing all of us? Like, which is the distraction at this point? I think a lot of people won't be necessarily affected by the lack of due process, but I do agree with you. I think both are equally important. If you find anything, will you text it to me, TikTok, just about if any, whoever finds any breakdown about the actual,
because this
the
YouTube
New York Times article is just pretty vague. I don't see
I've
anything.
got a CBS article.
And again, none of this is final. You know what I mean? That's what's happening in Congress is that Republicans are basically refusing to vote for this. If you don't know, like, so who knows how it will end up.
It's passed the House. It has not passed the Senate. But
Josh Hawley is refused. Like because this is about the loss of Medicaid expansion. Essentially, there's a bunch of Republican senators in red states who are no longer going to have jobs soon, and they're very concerned about it.
It doesn't need a supermajority to pass the Senate, though, and so chances are it's going to pass. I don't have any confidence in it not passing, but yes, I will definitely send you the videos that I've seen and the articles. I've got some good articles that link to the.
No, I'm not saying Democrats can't oppose it. I'm talking about Republican senators who are just like, this cannot pass in the form it's in because they are worried about losing their jobs. But I mean, they're just upset. I mean, if you don't understand, I mean, we're about to have millions and I can't remember the number. I have it written down somewhere, but it will largely affect red states. They're going to cut federal Medicaid expansion. That's how they're going to save money, and mostly children in red states. Huge percentages of births that occur are paid for by Medicaid, and they're just going to say, oh, states will just pay for Medicaid expansion, but they can't. So,
well, on top of that, they're stripping workers, Social Security workers from the buildings. So if you fire people from the buildings and then offer people, these benefits and these programs, but don't have anybody there to pick up the phone, how do you apply for the benefits? If the Social Security Administration website keeps crashing, how do you apply for benefits? How do you keep on track of this? So, I mean, it's just kind of like they can say we're not attacking Social Security, but yet they're firing the people that work in Social Security. This is.
Well, I mean, the point is to start. I mean, that is the number one Republican strategy. Create a problem so then you can come in with the solution, which is always what? Privatization, right? Break the public system so then the justification can be privatize it. And I think if we haven't seen with what Trump has done, what happens during privatization, this is why Social Security can't be privatized. Look what Trump is. Look at the market manipulation going on. Do you trust your retirement and all that you've paid in Social Security tax to Donald Trump's sanity?
Me? No.
Well, I kind of was just speaking to everyone who's listening here right now. You haven't, I mean, watch Donald Trump. 5 times he's manipulated the markets by my count since he's been, huge, driving the market down so he can transfer wealth to the top of the economy. And then he's saying, just Social Security's broken because I broke it. Like exactly what TikTok's saying. I closed all the regional offices. I made it so no one can contact anyone. I made it almost impossible to claim the Social Security benefits you've been taxed on and paid into your entire life. So since I broke it, let's just privatize it. You can trust me and all this money in the markets, right? What could go wrong? Everything. Like, we can't, I mean,
And they're gonna sell it to you as people get an extra $200 a month, and people will buy that. They're gonna be like, I get an extra $200 a month. I'm gonna vote to privatize Social Security. Y'all, Social Security was never meant to make money. It was
wait, is that a real number that you just said? Like
no, but it's
oh, okay.
it's
I
just
was like, is that what they're
I'm
saying? I was like,
no,
oh,
I'm
God.
putting it in MAGA terminology. They will be that's an extra $200 a month that I'm going to receive. I mean, they'll jump at that. That's an extra $2,400 a year to somebody on disability. They will jump at that. I don't know. I'm kind of in a weirder situation. I spent the first 36 years of my life extremely privileged as a straight white man in America, and then I became disabled, and I realized just how fucked up the system is put against people in marginalized communities in this country. So for like
Isn't
the
it
first 36
humbling
years, I was
to
just
be totally functional and then lose your functionality? Yeah, I
yeah.
understand. A similar experience.
But it just goes that old saying: it doesn't matter to you until it happens to you. That's
Yeah,
dumb.
and must scare you like Trump's absolute like disregard for people who are disabled in this country. I mean, this is what if we will not protect the most vulnerable people in our society, who will we protect?
Charles, thank you so much for the $15 donation. Chuck, thank you.
I love the name Chuck.
Me too.
Chuck.
Do you want to know the name of my my agency?
Oh, are we doing it? Yes, I'm excited.
Who you with?
Instead of digital media, it's Digidil Media.
Like a pickle.
Yeah.
I get it. I got it. And dill pickles are the best. I don't like sweet pickles. I'm serious. I really
Sweet
don't
pickles
like.
are horrible.
I know. And like, what is up with sweet? They're gross. Why are people doing that? Dill pickles for like. I'm canceling. Oh, I don't want to say that out loud. But
It's just so
my
dope.
agency. I think you can't join a new agent. You have to like cancel, and 60. What is it? 60 days that have to go by. So
I think
I'm gonna
so.
get on
Yeah.
it.
So just don't get banned for 60 days. Cancel and yeah.
Well, I don't. I mean,
You know, I
if you
saw
get
the other
banned, does
day-
anything help if you get banned, anyways?
Well, I saw the other day. You guys remember Frank?
No.
You don't.
Frank?
Frank. He's a creator on here. He's pretty famous. Got over 1 million followers. He does skits, and they're fairly
His name's
funny.
FRANC.
FRONK. And he
Oh,
does
like
skits
Gronk.
like Gronk, but Frank. But he pretends like he's a doctor, and he gives this horrible medical advice. And then he's got another skit where he like he pretends like he's in the back of a cop car being arrested, and he's looking for excuses to tell the cops on why, like he's actually really creative. He's pretty funny. He was on live the other day shilling for a agency. I guess he's an agent now.
Yeah.
Or an
So is
agency
Pickles.
picked him
Pickles,
up.
he kind of looks like you.
Yeah. Yeah, he does kind of look like you, actually. But yeah, he
Are
was
you
a
guys the
cop
same
and one
person?
of. He's not a cop for real, but yeah, I don't think he's a cop for real. But yeah, he was shilling for. I say shilling, but he was.
Joining Pickles agency. You're going to
He
be
was
the
on a
best
live
agent.
the
I'm
other
going to
day.
harass you every 5 minutes.
The thing is,
No.
I uniquely have something to offer. Like if creators want to know how to like do things technically with streaming,
I agree.
I can help people with that. Like I've helped a number of bigger creators figure out
That's
or
cool.
navigate some of the software side and the
I
hardware
would say
side
you
of
helped me
streaming.
with it. You've helped me learn a lot because of your experience as a gamer. You helped me learn a lot of things. Like, that's why I like you. I love learning. Yeah, I completely get it. Yeah,
Pickles
it's
is
true.
aight.
He has a unique skill set. Like
He's
he's
just
not
this
unlike
guy.
Liam Neeson. Liam Neeson. He's a unique set of skills but I needed to know a lot of things. And if you weren't an experienced streamer, like, yeah, I do think you have a lot to offer people. And actually, no other agency, I mean, at least that I know of, have any idea about. Like that's why I love you, is I met you and you knew all these things I had no idea about.
I saw that you're using Opus clips now too. I love that.
Yeah. Oh my God. Don't even get me started on that. Yeah, that would be cool. We should create like ways to help creators like learn how to do these things. Opus Clips is like an AI software Pickles recommended me that's really great for talking lives that can it's AI that clips your lives and it's helping. I've gotten so many followers all across the internet and I'm not because clipping lives takes hours and hours and hours and Opus AI can do it for you. So yeah. That's another thing you taught me.
Does it automatically know when the good stuff's going on, and it'll clip it for you?
Yeah, yeah. So like,
awesome.
when I'm
Oh,
finished
it's
streaming,
brills.
I go check this website, and it'll take my 4-hour stream, and it'll chop up 100 clips out of it, and I can go into each one and edit them a little bit, tweak them, add things, and it automatically puts subtitles and then I can post directly from that
Hashtags.
website. Hashtags, titles.
I've only
everything.
begun to realize how to use it too.
And
That's cool.
yeah,
I was in a
nice.
live the other day as a guest, and when they went off, I got a notification. They sent me the live. And I was just a guest. They sent me the live and said, "Hey, here's the live if you want to clip it."
Well, then you must be a mod in that live.
No, it was the first time I've ever been to that live.
Okay, well that's weird because I know like there's a new feature on TikTok like I can set like my mods can be sent the live. Like I noticed that button just appeared. So that's the only thing I know about it. But
unless he sent it to me, unless the creator sent it to me for some reason,
like you
I've
can
never
send
experienced that. Yeah,
I know
I've
it's
never
weird.
experienced that.
I just know there's a toggle where like you can set so your mods can be sent the live to clip or something. I don't know. I turned it on once, but I don't know. But yeah, thanks to Pickles, I do think Pickles, you from your gaming career know so many things about how to streamline things and grow audiences faster. So I do support you in that, and you've taught me a ton. That's why I'm a great teacher, but also a great student.
Yeah, digital media for the win, chat. You'll see what I do with it. You'll see.
Digital.
I love the name. I'm
Wait,
obsessed with
are
it.
you are you an agent?
Digital. I can't. I love it.
Are you an agent or you just have one?
We started one. That's what we're talking about. Drop your agency,
Oh,
Tic Tac.
I didn't
Pickles
realize you
is going
actually-
to be our agent. That's what we're talking about.
I didn't realize you started an agency. Be my agent then.
Yeah. Well, like I'm pretty sure I read the rules. We have to drop our agent sad, and then there's like it's either 45 or 60 days before we can join another agency. So there's a waiting
I've got a clean
period.
slate. I have
Can
no
someone
agents.
send me the link to do that? Because I don't. Do you have the link, Pickles? You should get that ready because a lot of people will probably want to do that.
Are you saying there's a pixel burnt in my camera? Is that what you're saying right there?
What? We don't know what you're. Are you hallucinating?
No, I
Pickles
definitely have a burnt pixel in my camera right now.
Shut the front up, you OCD.
I can't see it. I swear. I'm not.
Yes, RTP. That's exactly how you say it, or how you spell it. And my girlfriend helped me came up with the name.
Digital.
Yeah, I was gonna say digital dill media, and then she's
we all
like,
have
"Babe,
pickle shirts?"
digital media.
I might start doing live battles if we can all have like weird pickle gear all day doing it. I actually can't do it. I don't know if I'm made for live battles.
So what's an agency do? Do they just protect?
Oh,
me
do you
if I
not
get
have
banned?
one?
No.
Oh well, then you can just join Pickles. I've got to get rid of mine.
Welcome. I gotta wait for my letters of incorporation to come in, and then I gotta open a bank account, and then I can.
They like have tools like if you get banned, they can defend you against it, or like there's things they do with like there's other things like they get like a suite of tools to help like get creators to like engage more with their audience. I don't know.
Yeah.
Pickles can describe it better. but-
Well, like we'll have better tools for analytics to have insights on creators' numbers, and like I would probably do like weekly or monthly meetings with creators based on whatever they need, and be like, here's what you can do better. You need help with this or that. And basically, TikTok pays people who are good creators to help other creators become more successful because it makes TikTok more money. So
That
if
makes
I help
sense.
other creators grow,
He's like becoming
They
a
pay me.
creator babysitter, basically.
Yeah.
Like, that's
Yes,
you're like babysitting other creators. Wait, I have something. My accountant has spoken. This is for you. This is for you, TikTok. There isn't an exemption. There's not a no tax on tips exemption. This is from my accountant. Sue did it in the comments. She's the smartest person I know. It's a deduction on the 1040 tax return. It isn't clear that there will be a deduction for payroll taxes, which are Social Security and Medicare, which is 7.65%. You'd still have to pay through payroll, just a deduction from income tax. Makes sense. Also, yes, Sue, thank you. Also, more than a third of tipped workers don't pay income tax. And she's quoting Yale. Probably the Yale Budget Lab as well. So,
all right. I'm telling you, I'm not smart enough to understand that. Look at Tim, man.
Dude, I want to cry. That really is a dead pixel on my camera.
I don't see it though. Like if you're worried about other people seeing it, I don't know if I'm blind.
Eyesight.
I don't see anything.
Wait,
why can other people see something I can't see?
It's just on the brim of my hat. It's on the very brim of my hat.
Oh, I do see it. Wait, hold on.
Move your hat.
Near the
Oh, I see it. Is it a white speck?
Yeah.
Now I see it, and once I see something, I can't unsee it. I know, that's me. Never. I'll be looking at this white speck for the rest of my. Oh, I see
cry.
it.
This is not.
Oh, I thought it was just dirty.
It is not a cheap camera.
No, I got it. It's there. It's there.
Oh my god.
I'm about to swipe out trying to.
Oh,
swipe
I'm having
an
OCD moment.
Hey, maybe I'll get engagement.
I'm gonna start rocking.
W engagement chat. People are gonna try to scratch their screen to take it off, and I'll get.
Oh, you know, I just did. I scratched 3 screens a second ago. Oh no.
Hey, life hack.
This is not good for my mental health.
Life hack.
I gotta go clean out my closet.
I need to go reorganize my life. My therapist would want me to move through this. It's fine. It's fine that you can't control that little speck, Felice. There's nothing wrong. It's not a loss of control. This is an opportunity for growth. This is an opportunity for growth. We're fine, you guys. Everyone just breathe through it.
Chat, if you guys want to help me replace my $1 million camera, I have a Cash App and Venmo in the fucking bio. Goddamn shit.
One little pixel, man. What'd you do?
Why did you have to say it out loud? I never. Oh God, I can't look at you anymore. Is this live over? Can we just end based on that?
The only white hat I have is the Unfuck America tour, which is basically Yahtzee propaganda.
They said put a white hat on.
No, that's basically.
Keep your skin right there. You got to sit up straighter. It's a posture issue. If you sit up straighter, none of us will notice.
Move the camera down. Angle it down a little bit.
Basically.
I wish I never saw that. Oh my God.
Sending 1 million right now. Thank you, Mask. Thank you, guys.
Sending exactly 1 million, even to Venmo.
I used a Sharpie to hide it. Oh my god.
Did that say Pickles Dead Pixel? Oh, Pickles Dead Pixels. Pickles Dead Pixel. That is it's like Pickles Dead Pixel.
That's a great idea. I'm gonna use my and just color it in on my own screen so I don't have to worry about it anymore.
Never know. Oh my god, it is still there. Oh my god, that's all I can see. It's right there staring at us. It's mocking us. Don't do that to me again. I'll look into this no tax on tips thing, but it sounds like it's just, yeah.
It sounds like, will our tips, that's what I'm, like, your and I's tips.
Oh, let me just text my accountant.
Oh, so there is an actual provision on Venmo's, Cash Apps, stuff like that for that as well that I saw.
No, they are tips. I've already made this argument with my accountants. What about, I'm asking her right now, what about creators tips? I already did this. I'm like, tax it.
So, hey man, can you
are
hire?
We included? I was gonna say, if you want help making money and like helping creators, then doing like webinars or something, like, I'd be interested. I would help you as well, because I think it would be cool, like what we could do. It'd be cool to create something.
Did you? Yeah, you put the.
I asked my accountant about if. Oh.
Nope, you moved it. Nope, it's right above it. There. Okay.
There it is.
Get your white skin in front of that dot right now. Yeah, my anxiety level is increasing.
Speaking of, yeah, go ahead.
Now that you got your own company, can you hire agents to bring in?
Are you looking for an MLM type structure?
Well,
just get some people in your downline.
I was wondering if Felice needed an agent. Is what I was gonna say.
Yeah, we just all get 5 people in our downline.
I am not doing this Fucking what's that?
Can we
Ponzi-
all
Ponzi
end up
scheme?
in jail together? No, you
Uh,
guys, if we're in the first round of the Ponzi scheme, we can get rich. It'll be
Hell
great.
yeah.
Wait,
I'll
it's not a
check it.
Ponzi. It's a mid. Wait, why do it's not mid-level market? What is the word? What does an MLM stand
pyramid?
for?
multi-level marketing.
Multi. I was
Multi-level.
like, I know it's not
Yeah.
mid. I always say mid-level,
Multi-level.
and people are like, what the f are you talking about? Multi-level. Thank you. I was like, I know I'm wrong.
So I watched a documentary on Ponzi, on John Ponzi the other day. It was really interesting. They were asking the question was
I read about him. Yeah.
did you? They were asking the question, was this a genius, a marketing genius who became rich through his first ever scheme that, well, it wasn't the first ever, but it was like the first
Well,
ever
he was a
done within
grifter.
America. Or was he highly unintelligent and didn't realize what he was doing and stumbled across this? It was really interesting because essentially broke down to within a Ponzi scheme, the ultimate end result is the person at the top or the people at the top they take the money and run.
No,
right?
that's multi. Oh, I mean, essentially. Well, Ponzi scheme is, hey, like I need to keep bringing in revenue so that when people want to get out, I can pay them, right? Like I don't have everyone's money. I'm not getting the returns I say I'm getting. So I got to keep bringing people into the grift so I can get other people out of the grift.
Right.
Like-
That's the point. And the end result is when it all crumbles, the person at the top takes the money and runs. That's how Ponzi schemes typically go. Now, the whole thing is, and the end result for the actual guy, Ponzi, he didn't run anywhere. He actually faced the music and apologized for what he did. Said, "Hey, I didn't mean to do this. It just happened to happen this way," and he went to jail for it.
But no, not all Ponzi people run. Bernie Madoff didn't run. You just like the 2008 recession happened and he couldn't like make the books anymore. So he just was like, shit, I got. Like they don't necessarily run away.
You're correct.
They don't. Bernie Madoff didn't run away. He's
You're
just
right.
like, shit, the 2008 recession happened. Like, I can't bring in new people because we're in a recession. I got got. Like, you don't necessarily have
that's
to
fair.
run. John
Bernie
Ponzi
Madoff
was a
is-
grifter. I did read about. I mean, he was a grifter, or he had severe ADHD. Could not. So could it life was such a no. He was a grifter. I think I did read about him.
It all started. Oh, go ahead.
I don't know. I was gonna say. I think we
take a
might
break?
do like maybe a few more minutes, and then I'll take a break. I don't know if it's just been the slowest day ever for.
Yeah, not the best debate day
True.
ever.
Yeah.
I concur. We can call it if
I'm
you
gonna
want.
bounce out.
Pickles never knows when he wants to leave. This is Pickles' sign that he wants to stop being live. Let's just end the live, Pickles. This is go eat, hydrate. You were super sick. You are sounding better. Get some Sudafed, maybe the kind that you make the illicit substances with, because that will help you. Get some hydration going. Rest.
I think I might.
It was
I do
Franck,
feel a
yeah.
little bit better, but yeah,
Yeah, for sure.
I might.
For how this morning started, I think it's turned around. You know what I mean?
That is true. That is true.
Think about, was that 10 years ago? I know, Jason, thank you. I am hydrating. Was that 10 years ago? For how your morning started, I think it's gotten reasonably better. I'm on my last day of antibiotics. Everyone's like, you hydrate, please. I am hydrating. I'm going to go eat and I'm going to take a nap. Tomorrow's my last day of antibiotics. I told Pickles Pickles does not have influenza A, B, or COVID, in case anyone's curious. I already
True.
forced him to check.
What do you got?
We don't know. We don't know what I had walking pneumonia. Well, it turns out it turned into walking pneumonia. I had to get a chest X-ray. So that's why I'm on antibiotics. We don't know what he has.
He's
There's
got a
there's a
girlfriend now.
lot
I
of
bet it's girl cooties.
I do hear that's a thing. Remember that game Cooties where you build like a bug?
Yeah, the little squirrely bugs with
God,
the.
I'm gonna order
the
that game,
Odd legs.
which
Yeah.
was based on boys' fear of women. It was, but that's what I'm now thinking. Does anyone remember the game Cooties where you build it? It's literally like a bug. I'm gonna buy it. No one
I don't
believes that's
know.
real.
I remember.
It's
Anyway,
a real
go
game.
go get hydrated, man.
I
All
had
right.
Take care of
cooties.
yourself.
Some people know what I'm talking about. It's a game. It's a real game.
No. I don't think
No,
anything's
not
a
yeah.
game.
I'm not talking about mononucleosis. That was a separate thing that some people had.
Mononucleosis was the cause of multiple sclerosis.
Is it?
Yeah. They just came out with the Harvard paper in December of 2022.
Are you
That's my disability. I've got primary progressive multiple sclerosis.
Wait, is it like one of the most dear people? I didn't know that. I didn't know that. I knew that you had like some. I just saw it an autoimmune thing. I didn't know it was MS. One of my like the most important people in my life has MS. If you have that paper, will you send it to me or I'll look for it? But I would like to read it.
Sure.
I don't know if
It's
you're
just a
on.
Harvard.
I just read a
study. I'll
really
send it
good
to you.
study that testosterone supplements are really helping slow the progression of MS lesions.
Oh.
Yeah, I'll find the study and send it to you because I'm always reading about it. Yeah, like in my friend who has MS, he's on T injections and it's proven there's new studies that show it slows the progress of the lesions. I would love. I didn't know that. Yeah, and any information you have, I would love to share because like I said, one of the most important people in my life is going through that as well.
Yeah, for sure. I'll send it to you. It's breaking way for new vaccinations for Epstein-Barr virus. Epstein-Barr virus is the virus that causes mono. They have vaccines out for Epstein-Barr virus, so very similar to chickenpox. You don't get chickenpox, you don't get shingles later in life.
Exactly.
If you don't get Epstein-Barr virus, you don't get multiple sclerosis later. That's
but
the way
I
they're
did
looking
get
at it.
mono once myself when you were in college.
It's not guaranteed you're going to get
No, I
MS
know.
now.
I'm just like
it's just
no,
the correlation
I need
has
to
been
read that
made.
study, and I'm gonna go ask him. But yeah, I'll find that study about T injections because it's helped him a lot, and maybe it could be something beneficial for you.
For sure.
As well.
All right, you guys take care. Y'all have a good day.
No,
Be
you
safe.
take care. And are we ending Pickles? Let's all end. Thank you guys for hanging out. I don't know. Thanks for connecting.
Also, real quick, if you guys want to be a moderator on YouTube, we are looking for people who are actively watching on PC. And if that's you, hit us up in Discord or go to my live stream there, and my bot will be able to give you an application for you to apply through. So if you're interested in that, go do that.
I should probably get some YouTube moderators too. I'm not organized, nor do I know how to be. Hopefully I'll remedy that soon. But Pickles, I'm glad you sound a little bit better. You're breathing easier. And I'm glad you're having a better day. You're great. Keep on keeping on.
Thank you.
Text
Thank
me.
you. I will.
Later, Gator.
Bye. Chat. Bye. I love yous. Thank you guys for hanging out. I'll probably be back later. We'll do some more stuff tonight. I don't have anything going on tonight, and I'm also possibly sick, so I'm probably going to stay away from my girlfriend and try not to get her sick. So, all right, chat. Love yous. I'll catch you later. Bye.